never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Comes the final program for the year, because in the Eastern time zone it's New Year's Eve, 12:01 Eastern time to be exact, and time zone to time zone we make our way into December 31. So we got a full 5 hours ahead of us here. And my, we have a lot to cover tonight. Undoubtedly, weather is going to be a major factor as we close out 21 and flip the calendar to 2022. So much to cover on that front. It's been a day from hell for people in Boulder, Colorado. Winds gusting to 100 miles per hour. And fires. Several fires have erupted. And at this point, the numbers are approaching 600 homes have burned over the past day. A hotel, a shopping center, a Target shopping center. And there are a handful of injuries. Have not heard of fatalities at this point, but yeah, we'll delve into all that here coming up. I see Gilligan's on the line, and he says he's got a traffic alert, so obviously something he wants to get out urgently. Hey, Gilligan, what you got?
Yeah, we got a road closure on I-81 southbound at the 288.5-mile marker in Virginia. They're routing everybody off at the 291. One of my fellow brothers for neighbor out of Winchester actually witnessed the accident. He says there's 3 tractor trailers involved. I've got reports that there's freight spewing all over seen one truck overturned in the accident when he witnessed it. Now, I'm going to bring this up, and this has been brought up on this program several occasions. This is what happens when drivers don't show courtesy to their fellow drivers. There was a truck on the shoulder, four ways going. Like I said, my friend seen it happen, and the one truck would not let the other one over into the left lane because he was up beside him. They went through him side by side, and that's what caused the accident. There was a truck on the shoulder and a truck in the right lane and the left lane. This stuff is what happens when drivers don't allow trucks out. I understand these guys say, well, I see Avon, I see Yellow, I see Westies, whatever. The company is, well, they're too slow. I ain't going to let them out. Well, there's a truck, an emergency vehicle on the shoulder, a car, a big truck, whatever. Let that driver out there. Think about the safety. This accident, from what I understand, from an eyewitness account, was caused by truck on the shoulder, another truck in the right lane, another truck in the left lane. You know, what I understand, all three trucks are down up there mangled up. And it looks like it's going to be several hours. This wreck happened approximately 8:30 tonight.
Okay.
And I just checked my map on my phone, and I-81 is totally closed. Like I said, they're routing you off there to 291. They're at Tom's Brook exit. Drivers probably recognize the pilot. Used to be a Wilco in the Loves. Years ago, it was Virginia. And what you do is, top of the ramp, you turn left, go down over the hill, pick up US 11, turn right, 11 south, follow it down to Woodstock, and it's about 8 miles. You'll see the signs there that go back to 81. There's sheets there on the corner. Turn right, go back over the hill, up on the hill, and you'll be getting back on at the 283 Woodstock exit. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you getting me on quick, Steve. Let the other drivers know about this. Like I said, this happened about 8:30 tonight.
Okay.
I'll try to call in later.
All right.
Thanks,
Not the best way for someone to start their New Year's Eve, huh? Yep. And there's going to be more of that out there. Is, again, not nearly as many travelers for the New Year's weekend as you see for, like, Thanksgiving or Christmas. But there are a lot of people streaming into places like New York City and other areas around the country where they'll have their big New Year's Eve celebrations. But thank you, Gilligan. Back to Colorado. All right, because this is a developing situation. The governor there has issued a state of emergency as two separate wildfires sweeping the grasslands around Boulder. I mean, according to officials, it's the kind of fire that you can't even fight. It's so out of control. Thousands of people are being evacuated. Again, 600 homes. Yeah, already the most devastating loss of homes in Colorado's wildfire history, they're saying. 6 to date have been taken to the hospital with burns, according to UC Health in Broomfield. Colorado officials Thursday night said at this point no reports of fatalities, but thousands of frightened residents have been ordered to evacuate after strong winds downed power lines, causing a transformer to explode, ultimately sparking 2 fast-moving grass fires. XL Energy out of Colorado, latest report 26,000 without power. So we have what is known as the Middle Fork Fire, started about 10:30 Thursday morning north of Boulder, near the intersection of North Foothills Highway and Middle Fork Road. Yeah, that one has been brought under control, did not burn any structures. The Marshall Fire is south of Boulder, close to the intersection of Cherryville Road and Marshall Drive. It's burned 1,600 acres as of the sheriff at 7 o'clock this past evening at a press conference. He says the conditions around the Marshall Fire are very volatile and unsafe. It's been a harrowing day for this county. They said, we're hoping the winds will drop overnight, but forecasters are warning there's going to be continued strong gusts. We know that approximately 370 homes in the Sagemore subdivision, just west of Superior, have been lost. There's the potential of 210 homes lost in Old Town Superior. The Target shopping complex is on fire. The Element Hotel is on fire. We've had one officer slightly injured, but thankfully no fatalities. He says, we currently have no reports of missing people and no casualty reports, but given the ferocity of this fire, it would not surprise us if we did. He did not mention homes destroyed in Louisville in his tally of 580, but dramatic photos released Thursday night showing properties there gutted by flames. I mean, we're talking well over 500, closer to 600 homes, according to the governor. Right now they just don't know. But for those who've lost everything, we want you to know, we'll be here for you. The Marshall Fire now holds the grim record of destroying more homes than any other in Colorado's recent history. You recall the Cameron Peak Fire, which was the state's largest ever. Back in August of last year, it burned more than 208,000 acres, destroyed 184 homes. But this has already pretty much tripled that number in so much less amount of acreage. All residents of Superior, a total of about 4,000 households, have been instructed to evacuate. They've been directed to the South Boulder Recreation Center, where the power has now been knocked out. The Lafayette YMCA or the Longmont Senior Center, acting as shelters. Footage filmed by a CBS Denver crew showing an apartment complex on fire there, fully engulfed. All right, residents of Louisville in Colorado, the population 21,000 people, were also directed to quickly evacuate. So this is just an unprecedented situation there. All right, evacuations underway. I'm flipping over to the update from AccuWeather. The Middle Fork fire reported near North Foothills Highway and Middle Fork Road. It started off as just several small grass fires, but the winds, again, they said winds were gusting in excess of 100 miles per hour in some areas. Those winds just a prelude of what's going to be coming as we head into the New Year's weekend, as we switch over to what they're describing as an enormous winter storm will mark the end of 21 and the beginning of 22. Looking at the maps, on a national scale, there is a broad area, especially western half of the country right now, as far south as southern New Mexico and all the way up into Montana. Widespread winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, wind advisories, some high wind warnings. Now, as we progress through the day, a broad area from Kansas to Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois under winter storm watches at this point in time. As I said, those will be obviously being upgraded to winter storm warnings. Plus, we're going to be looking at a multi-day severe weather outbreak that's about to erupt in the southeast later on New Year's Eve evening into New Year's Day. Let's start with our big winter storm to wrap up the year. Accumulating snow, travel halting snow that is going to impact 18 states from the southwest to the Midwest and even up into Canada this weekend. As of this hour, winter storm watches have now been issued for portions of 5 states, including Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. Kansas City, Missouri, and Des Moines are included in those locations. Due to the cross-continent storm's timing coinciding with the New Year's holiday, Major travel disruptions are anticipated. Flight delays, cancellations will increase substantially as both aircraft and crews become grounded or displaced by this storm. Yeah, this is going to be a massive storm in terms of aerial coverage. The number of people to see 3 to 8 inches of snow in the central states, including Chicago and many other big airline hubs. Now, after unloading inches of rain and up to a foot of snow in Southern California this past day through Thursday, this storm will now swiftly move along with heavy snow in line for parts of the Colorado Rockies today and into Friday night. Now, a general 6 to 12 inches in store for the mountains in Colorado with locally higher amounts. There will be enough snow to shovel and plow around the Denver area, with the storm unfolding late Friday as the New Year's Eve celebrations. The parties are underway. Many cities, including Denver, over portions of the plains Friday night, will see a rapid change to midwinter conditions. Temperatures are going to plummet into the 20s, the teens, even some single digits in areas. Wind chills are going to be in the 20 to 30 below zero range. Further to the east, around Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri, a storm will begin with a bit of rain or maybe some ice. It will quickly transition to plain old snow, but the temperatures plummeting from the lower 50s into the 20s and the teens within a matter of hours. So everything's going to become a sheet of ice beneath that snow that does fall through the overnight hours Friday night. Temperatures continue falling, dropping into the single digits on New Year's Day in parts of northern Kansas, much of Nebraska and Iowa, as well as northern Missouri. I mean, we're talking about the deep freeze coming in. Some areas from the central and southern plains to the Midwest and northern tier of the Northeast may have to also deal with the zone of freezing rain or a rapid freeze-up that will leave everything covered in a glaze of ice. The combination of the wind, the cold, will have the wind chill factors, as I mentioned, ranging from below zero to the single digits over the central and southern plains. In some cases, temperatures will feel anywhere from 50 to as much as 80 degrees colder by New Year's Day compared to what you've seen during much of the month of December. Now, depending on the exact track of the storm, an area of heaviest snowfall, Chicagoland may quickly start building closer to where you should be this time of year. They're talking maybe 4 to 8 inches or more of snow for your New Year's Day in Chicago. All right, looking further down the line, mostly rain forecast to fall from the storm from the central Appalachians to much of the Northeast. Across the border into parts of Canada, a foot of snow with locally higher amounts will fall on central portions of the Canadian provinces of Ontario and Quebec from New Year's Day into early Sunday. A glaze of ice will be quite disruptive and dangerous in portions of the Ottawa and St. Lawrence valleys of Canada as well. This same potent storm will be responsible for a major outbreak of severe weather that will include tornadoes from parts of Texas to the Ohio and Tennessee valleys starting later tonight, Friday night, into Saturday morning. Let's quickly flip over that page and give you what we have at this point in time. This potent storm, as it traverses the plains into the Ohio Valley from Friday into Saturday, will bring drenching rain, strong to severe thunderstorms. During the day today, Friday, showers are expected across eastern Texas, much of Arkansas, northern and central Louisiana, and portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. By later on tonight, Friday night, that cold front moving into the region and a strengthening area of low pressure along that front, forecasters tell us will cause explosive thunderstorm development. While severe weather events are less frequent in the winter than during the other seasons of the year, They, of course, can occur at any time. We've seen this unseasonable, warm, humid air in place across the South. So, I mean, as far as the nature of the atmosphere, conditions are more akin to what you'd see in late fall, versus where we are on the calendar right now. Now, just as the case was a few weeks ago with that historic tornado outbreak, much of the severe weather is going to be taking place during the overnight hours, during the darkness Friday night into New Year's Day, and more people than usual are going to be out, obviously, late at night and on the roads. But for those who may turn in early, make sure you have a way to be awoken if there are advisories or warnings, especially if a tornado warning is issued. Have your weather alert radios or your smartphone activated and fully charged during the overnight hours. Friday night, cities like Little Rock, Arkansas, Shreveport, Louisiana, will be in that zone for severe weather. It slowly shifts eastward on Saturday, reaching areas from Memphis to Nashville, Tupelo and Jackson, Mississippi, eventually to Huntsville and Birmingham, Alabama. Severe weather will also be possible in parts of Kentucky where they're trying to clean up from the destructive tornadoes earlier this month. The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center says there's a population of more than 30 million people that will be at risk for some type of severe weather for this New Year's Eve, and more than 20 million facing a continued severe weather threat on New Year's Day. Timing, not very good for this, is it? Now, the severe weather risk will continue actually into Saturday night, bringing potentially dangerous weather to Knoxville and Atlanta, Georgia. If a tornado warning is issued, it is advised get to the interior room, away from windows, if a basement or a storm shelter is not available. Now, in locations where damaging winds and tornadoes do not occur, flooding rain will also be a concern. Some of the same areas in Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and Kentucky as well will be at the risk for storms that may produce flooding with this system. Some rain also likely further to the east in Virginia and North Carolina, where a moderate to, in some cases, severe drought is in place. Some damaging storms had already ripped through parts of the South Wednesday night into Thursday morning. A line of severe weather moved across the South. We did see tornado warnings and watches across 6 states. It was right about this time as we were getting the show underway last night where there had been numerous tornado warnings there through central portions of Alabama. They did have a confirmed tornado located over Rainsville, Alabama. There was some damage to at least one building and a softball field, but that's pale in comparison to what we saw earlier in the month. Now, behind this next round of severe weather, look for the sharply colder air moving into the southern plains and even the southeast. We're going to be saying farewell to this long stretch of warm air and record-challenging heat. There are some signs that some warmer air may return by the middle of next week. Temperatures will not likely be quite as far above average as we've seen with this more recent warm spell. But again, at least for the bitter cold, it'll be a rather short-lived kind of thing for many areas. All right, 21 past the hour. Hello, Roy. How we doing? Happy New Year's. Timothy's on board. Buckwheat, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 007 checking in from Walcott, Iowa, at the world's largest truck stop, Iowa I-80 tonight. Zorro says Happy New Year. Happy New Year from Mr. Q. Be safe out there. Pappy's on board. Happy New Year to all, and especially Steve and the Overnight Drive Radio and Hot Shots Secret. T-minus 24 hours as we ring in 2022. Yes, indeed. Copy the mail, Chevy Guy. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard checking in. Happy New Year, Steve and everyone. Welcome, 2022. Let's see. GM from New Jersey. 30 degrees, kind of a misty rain. And Happy New Year, everybody. Afternoon, hammer down. There's Larry on board. Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Happy New Year's from the home 20 of Wichita. Gotta load the truck up and head for the mountains of Colorado and up to the great Northwest. I think I need a new travel agent. It sounds like your timing is not going to be real good as far as, rolling in the weather elements out there. Oh, boy. Happy New Year, Scott. Ernie checking in. Happy New Year, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Dave says, Happy New Year, Steve, and my fellow drivers. Jimmy Jammers checking in. Rebel on board. Still recovering from the COVID at the Home 20 in South Florida. So far, so. Y'all have a great New Year's and stay safe. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in with 32 degrees this evening. All right, Brian, on the verge of war with Russia. Colorado's on fire. Where the hell's Joe? I don't know. Maybe he's in the bunker. Good morning, Mr. Sommers. Happy New Year's from Adam 12. Marianne, good to have you with us there, Southwest Ohio. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, from Sin City tonight, 50 degrees here. I'm getting my horse worked on. Yeah, he's got a sick horse. They're turning the wrenches. Santa's in the shop tonight. It looks like winter's going to be making its grand entrance this weekend. Stay safe on the roads, my friends. Let's see. Randolph says right now it's 44 degrees where he is there in Illinois. It is another mild night outside the bunker. My temperature says 50 degrees. In the early hours of New Year's Eve. Yeah, reality check is coming our way this weekend. Hello to Icebreaker in the house. Happy New Year, everybody. Let's see. Bearcats, greetings from Dallas. Go Bearcats. Roll that tide. Okay, tonight's the night, huh? Tonight, big night. Actually, this afternoon, 4:30 Eastern time. Bearcats and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Looking at 25 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. Kimberly and Che checking in. Good morning. Table scraps on board. Finally feeling better, huh? He says, finally, after 4 weeks, COVID-free. What a great feeling it is to not be sick. I'm just thankful I did not get the original strain because this was brutal. I'll give you a call next week. All right. Now, did they determine, was it the Delta or the Omicron? All right. Anyway, hello to the 15 car. Pleasant 63 degrees in Charlotte tonight. Hope you have a safe and happy new year. Billy checks in here. Morning, Steve Sommers, 63 in Wilson, North Carolina. Happy New Year to all the overnight drive folks out there. Rusty Pickup just checking in. Bidu says hello. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody says Happy New Year. Hey, there's Rainmaker, where he said his countdown clock is at 11 hours and 26 minutes to ring in the new year. Because he's ringing in the new year in Thailand. Less than 12 hours left, all right? Yeah, probably a very nice, pleasant day there, right? What do you know, like 80 degrees or something for your New Year's? Gotta love it. Hello to Chad, checking in from Baltic, South Dakota. Says, I love the show. 15 Car said, hey, for your information, FYI, I ordered some Hot Shot Secret on their website last night. It was shipped with a tracking number first thing this morning. Wow. Talk about impressive service. They are pretty good about that. They're notorious. I mean, it's amazing how quickly you can place an order and have it on your doorstep in very short order. Hello to Deborah. Have a happy, safe new year. Got a foggy morning here in Indiana. Oh, yeah, that's another thing on the weather maps. A lot of fog in the eastern half of the country night. Dense fog advisories in place right now for much of Iowa, central portions in northern Illinois. Fog advisories there in southern Michigan, the northern reaches of Indiana, northwest Ohio. You get over toward the Appalachians from West Virginia, on up through central Pennsylvania. In the south, a lot of fog advisories through Tennessee, fog advisories from Nashville to Memphis, northern Mississippi, much of Alabama again tonight. Fog advisories in place there. We'll get to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's no holiday season magic for travelers dealing with today's batch of flight delays and cancellations. FlightAware is saying there have already been more than 4,000 flights that haven't taken off on time. Those planning to leave or go to Seattle are having the most problems. About 30% of flights originating from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport have been canceled. As cities across the country prepare to ring in the new year, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu reminds everyone people in her city need to keep one thing in mind.
As we come together to celebrate community, our joy, and a fresh start in 2022, we must also recognize the moment that we still very much are in. We are in a winter surge driven by the Omicron variant, and we need to take action to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities at large.
USA Radio News.
Thank you!
Thank you.
That's just a few of the Track Grabber owners saying thank you. Track Grabber is a unique and simple tool to add extreme traction to your car or truck when you need it. The Track Grabber patented Extreme Traction Kit includes a mounting strap and traction blocks tough enough to lift you out of almost anywhere. Track Grabber Extreme Traction has long been the secret of the U.S. Border Patrol, the Department of Justice, the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and many more. Now they're available to you. Be the hero this year. Give the gift of rescue. Skip the stuck. Don't have your loved ones waiting for help. Track Grabber installs as easily as a jumper cable. In minutes, you'll have the extreme traction to get on stable ground. All the details are at trackgrabber.com. That's TRACGRABBER.com. That's trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR for 20% off. Flights are limited. Trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Buckeye Boy. Ackworth, Georgia, where it's a sticky 61 degrees, he said. Wife said we had lots of rain last couple of days, some really heavy thunderstorms. Did my delivery about 100 miles east of Atlanta in Washington, Georgia, in the rain. And it rained and rained heavy all the way back to the home 20. But I got to have lunch with a friend in Washington and catch up a little bit. Well, vacation plans have taken a dramatic about-face. The wife called, told me her son has tested positive for the vid. And she's been around him the last couple of days, so in order to be on the safe side, we're not going to go on vacation this week. Guess I just hang around the house since I'm going to be around her. She'll probably get tested Monday or Tuesday. And if I start getting any symptoms, I'll get tested as well. If either of us are positive, I'm going to start on ivermectin, provided I can find it. Good luck with that. She's been vaccinated, so I'm not as concerned that she'll have any problems. We shall see. We'll plan our vacation after the 17th, which is my 60th birthday. Damn, I'm getting old. Anyway, have a happy new year. Great weekend. Everybody be safe and careful out there, and we will talk next year. Yeah, a lot of folks just like you and me there, Buckeye, having our vacation plans changed, right? Good morning to the CNI Dog, final program of 2021. Hey there.
I'll be one of the first ones to say Happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
I also want to agree with the last caller. Visibility on the road is gone by the wayside with other truckers. You'll be coming up and then they'll pull right out in front of you, or they'll drift over the painted line saying, hey, I'm not very comfortable with you passing me. I was hoping maybe Landline will eventually do a story on that so it would get a little more press. People would start to think about what they're doing out here, just for safety's sake. I don't know if there's any other kind of publications out there that truckers read. But it makes me nervous. They could be texting. They could be tired. They could be frustrated. I get all that, but safety is paramount. They just don't realize how devastating an accident really is.
Yep.
And you can't drive with an attitude. You have to use logic. You can't drive with emotion. Hopefully, things will be better this year coming up. I hope so. Do you have any plans for the weekend other than the gang coming out and seeing you?
No, we realistically, in all honesty, it's like, since my daughter came down with COVID day before yesterday, and she had been around us for Christmas, and she'd been here every day, so we're kind of just stuck at home as well.
Okay. So far, so good over here on my front. Nobody close to me has COVID yet. You hear it's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
The numbers are unbelievable.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Yep.
But
yep. Said the numbers are unbelievable. I shared last evening the numbers from the same date in 2020 versus 2021. And it was even more dramatic, the numbers they released this past day. Trying to pull them up here. Let's see, we go back to December the 29th. So everything's running like a day or two behind, right? December 29th of 2020, there were 201,030 cases confirmed in the U.S. 2021, it was 488,988 cases confirmed. Wow. And yet there are people, is it just the fact that so many more are testing? I think that has a lot to do with it. I'm seeing some of the headlines at a Missouri testing site that, see if I can pull that up real quick. Everybody's scrambling to get tested. They said the urgent care centers, pharmacies, other testing locations is struggling to keep up with the demand. But apparently they opened up a brand new testing facility, a state-sponsored site. Up until recently, they were doing maybe 50 tests per week, they said, in a week. Well, Wednesday of this week, by 11 a.m., 1 hour after the site opened, they said there were 600 cars in line. Police actually had to shut down the testing site for safety concerns. So many people lined up. It's unbelievable. So they're scrambling to open additional testing sites. You just can't help but wonder how many of these positives are people that may be like asymptomatic or just very mild symptoms, whatever the case might be. It was a similar story out of Colorado, COVID testing debacle, as Colorado residents wait hours in a literally mile-long line caught on camera. Line that stretched about a mile down the road, then snaked through a parking lot in Denver. Colorado recorded a record 10,153 new cases on Monday, while the 7-day average was running at 4,600 plus as of midweek. One woman says she had to wait over 2 hours in line for a test on Monday, and she said, I showed up before the testing site even opened. I came early. They opened at 9 a.m., and I was here like 8:40. And the line was already wrapped around. I didn't get in till 11 o'clock in the morning. That's the sheer magnitude, the number of tests that are taking place. All right, meanwhile, I bet Jolly Green wants to say something about this. I see he's online coming up next here. Well, the truck driver sentenced to 110 years. We've all kind of been waiting, anticipating. Remember a few days ago when the district attorney had even asked for a hearing to reconsider the sentence, and they were discussing a possible 20 to 30-year sentence. I guess they don't have to worry about that rehearing now because the governor actually intervened this past day. Governor Jared Polis announcing the commutation of the sentence. Thursday, December 30. I am writing to inform you I am granting your application for a commutation, Polis wrote. After learning about the highly atypical and unjust sentence in your case, I am commuting your sentence to 10 years and granting you parole eligibility on December 30 of 2026. That would be 5 years in. The length of your 110-year sentence is simply not commensurate with your actions, nor with penalties that are handed down to others for similar crimes, he wrote. There is an urgency to remedy this unjust sentence and restore confidence in the uniformity and fairness of the criminal justice system, and consequently, I have chosen to commute your sentence now. Not even waiting for the rehearing, so I guess that's it, that's all. Yeah, hell of a Merry Christmas gift for to go from 110 to 10 and potentially 5. All right, Jolly Green, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Happy New Year.
There you go.
Jolly Green has already been drinking a few, and I'm about a half an hour away from my relay point, and I've been drinking quite a few Diet Cokes celebrating in behalf of New Year's. Come on. I don't look like I need to talk about my subject matter. I'm glad you brought that up. The only thing that I want to say, I want to thank Hortfetter for keeping Jolly Green fully informed. I really don't think that 10 years with 5 years eligible for parole is really fair for what he did. I do agree. The article that I read said that some of the victims' families felt that he should have got 20, 25 years. I actually agree with that. Now you got to ask, what is one life actually worth? What? In this particular case, if it gets out in 5 years, what? 1.25 years?
Yeah.
For each one of those deaths? And what about the victims that were badly burned? And let's just say that there were some victims who were badly burned. Or what about someone that was maybe injured so severely that they're paraplegic for the rest of their life? What about those individuals? Though I do believe that 110 years was a bit excessive, and I'm glad that the governor did overturn that. But I think that we all agree that 10 years really, truly, in my opinion, it went too far the other way, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to thank you for this year. It's been a bad year, been a good year in a lot of ways. And I'm sure that maybe you'll talk about all the bad things that's happened, us, the way we left Afghanistan and COVID-19. And I'm sorry about your daughter, by the way. And in case you didn't know, you can do a home test, by the way, for COVID-19.
Yeah, I've got home tests on hand. Yeah, I sure do. Yep, got them in the event if anybody starts getting symptoms, we'll do that.
Right. My wife and I were talking about it. I do agree with what you're saying. Horsefair brought it to my attention that we've had more cases of documented positive COVID-19 this year versus last year, and his conclusion was the same as what you just read, that it was because maybe we've had more testing. Now, when I came down with it, I will tell you, I didn't get tested. So did I really, truly have COVID-19?
Well,
I have no idea. I didn't get tested, okay? So, and I think I came down with it twice before I got my inoculation shot. So, also wanted to tell you that Jolly Green Den has not got the booster shot yet. Why? Because the demand for the Moderna shot isn't, there is so many people that are trying to get that shot, I can't even get scheduled in to get that shot. So what I'm going to do is maybe in the next 3 or 4 days, I might check with Walgreens and CVS to see if I can get into one of them to get that booster shot.
Wow.
So the demand for those booster shots, I can't even get in the door for that. So, and I'm actually overdue. So, and I got the card and everything to prove it. And I mean, I'm going to get it done. And I know my wife's going to get it done. So, like I said, like you're saying there, I truly am sorry that your daughter, I hope you and your wife don't get it and nobody else in the family gets it. I got to be honest with you, it's no fun, Steve. It's no fun at all.
That's no doubt. That's everyone I've known said it ain't no fun. Yep. Hey, Jolly Green, Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Wheelchair Dave's on the line. I saw this story. I said, I bet he may be calling about that. Brandon Brown, the guy that actually got the whole Let's Go Brandon thing started. It wasn't, he didn't do it himself, but he was the one that the announcer was interviewing, and it's become the national slogan, Let's Go Brandon. And according to the report from NASCAR, he is embracing the slogan by announcing a full season sponsorship deal with LGB Coin, a cryptocurrency inspired by the slogan, Let's Go Brandon. Now, he told the New York Times here just a couple weeks ago that he wasn't real comfortable with the phrase and he has no desire to be involved in politics whatsoever. Remember that? Last month, NASCAR's president called the slogan an unfortunate situation. We don't want to associate ourselves with politics. Brown's team, however, asserted the organization has approved the LGB Coin sponsorship. You're talking a NASCAR sponsorship. Finding sponsors is very difficult to begin with. Many teams cannot find sponsors, let alone a full season sponsor. A lot of times you'll find a sponsor that says, all right, you will pay to have our name on your car at Daytona and Talladega, maybe a couple of other, a handful of races. I mean, this guy's getting a full year ride. Brown's team asserting that the organization has approved. I am excited to welcome LGB Coin on board my number 68 Chevy Camaro as our 2022 NASCAR Xfinity Series full season primary partner. According to the press release linked beneath the Twitter message, the patriotic coin, which is dubbed America's Coin, aims to inspire positivity and unity grounded in a strong belief of the American dream. LGB Coin will be painted on Brown's Chevy Camaro for all 33 races of the 22 season in the Xfinity Series. We're proud to support Brandon this season to help him continue his American dream, according to LGB Coin HODL, the founder of the Typhoon Capital Management. So if we do our job right, and you think of us and you hear, Let's Go Brandon, you will think and feel, Let's Go America, according to the press release. The LGB Coin, something new. How about that announcement? What do you say, Wheelchair Dave?
Well, Steve, are you going to get one of those coins for your coin collection there?
I might just have to take a quick look and see what it's all about. If it's something brand new, I might have to consult with the inbred redneck.
Yeah, I see. Hey, I want to obviously say Happy New Year to all the listeners out there, and I got to thank Always Moving for the nice comments on my debut.
Okay.
And that. I want to talk about the Bearcats in a minute, but there's something else that I wanted to speak about. And I'm a little shook up this afternoon. I watched that people who passed in 2021 here. And it feels like the 100 people that passed or whatever, there's a lot more than that, but top people, I don't know, popular people, whatever you want to call it. And remember, you and I called in earlier this year, and we was talking about the passing of Bobby Unser, and you looked all that stuff up about Bobby Unser and stuff. Well, I found out his brother passed away. Big Al. Al Sr. passed away on December 9th. I didn't know about that. And that just kind of hits home because I knew some of those guys and some of the guys that are still alive. There's not very many of them. in that group that are still alive, like Pernelli Jones, he's like 90, and Mario, AJ Foyt, Johnny Rutherford are up. There's only about 5 of them left, to be quite honest with you.
Wow.
And yeah, that's kind of shocking when you think about that, huh? And then the radio announcers, that passed away, that Bob Jenkins and that Robin Miller. So, but anyhow, I didn't want to bring everybody down on that, but let me switch it up to the Bearcats.
Okay.
Hey, you had, I think in the start of the show you said a 4:30 start. I think it's a 3:30 start, Steve.
Really?
Yeah, you have to check on that, and if that's the case, we're about 12 hours away from kickoff.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that? So I want your predictions, and break the game down a little bit for us right there and tell me what you think. What's your opinion on that?
I'm trying to look up the time here. Yeah, you're right. It does. It's let's see, today 3:30 p.m. All right. So thanks for the heads up. I won't be late. My take is, again, depending on if Alabama is truly ready, some people think that they're going to come in with, thinking this is going to be a cakewalk. I'm sure the coach has been telling them otherwise. I shared a few days ago where, Saban has this track record of beating others, that worked under him over the years, an almost flawless record. So, regardless of Fickle kind of knowing how Saban works, so I don't know. I think it's going to be, I believe it'll be a tight game. And
I'm hoping, yes.
I don't know, man. I'm going to be pulling for the Bearcats. I think it would really be considered quite the upset, technically, if they do win, right?
Oh, it would be it would be fantastic. But they deserve to be there. They're playing on stage. They should have won that Georgia game earlier this year. When they played Georgia, they should have won that game. To be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I think that they can. But if you get a couple, free plays and some goof ups on Alabama, I know Cincinnati's all over that. I know they are. So, hey, go Bearcats, and hey, I'll call in later on probably.
All right, good to hear from you. Happy New Year. The Crimson Tide, 13.5-point favorites in this game today. Cincinnati versus Alabama. The odds from Caesars Sportsbook. The over-under for total points scored, 57.5. According to, I'm looking here from CBS Sports. Okay. Hey, we're up to the top of the hour. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's no holiday season magic for travelers dealing with today's batch of flight delays and cancellations. FlightAware is saying there have already been more than 4,000 flights that haven't taken off on time. Those planning to leave or go to Seattle are having the most problems. About 30% of flights originating from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport have been canceled. As cities across the country prepare to ring in the new year, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu reminds everyone people in her city need to keep one thing in mind.
As we come together to celebrate community, our joy, and a fresh start in 2022, we must also recognize the moment that we still very much are in. We are in a winter surge driven by the Omicron variant, and we need to take action to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities at large.
USA Radio News.
Trust. Maybe a small word, but with huge ramifications. At Fellowship Home Loans, we want to be the mortgage lender that you trust.
Fellowship realizes that trust is earned and can easily be lost. That is why we listen not only to the wants, but also strive to understand the need.
Take a look at our Google reviews and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But that's just the beginning. What matters is you.
Give us a chance to earn your trust, not just your business. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We will listen and put together a plan to help make your dreams come true. Fellowship Home Loans. 800-804-SAVE, that's 800-804-7283, or fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
President Biden's phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin is now over. The White House saying the call began at 3:30 Eastern and ended 50 minutes later. So far, officials from neither country have said what the two leaders talked about on the call. They were expected to discuss a tense situation at the border with Ukraine. A vocal pro-democracy website in Hong Kong is now offline.
Hong Kong police announced Thursday they formally charged 2 people with conspiracy to publish seditious publications, a day after a raid on Stan News offices that had been denounced by Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Hong Kong police said in a statement after the raid that the officers had a warrant authorizing them to search and seize relevant journalistic materials. Journalism is not sedition, Blinken said in an emailed statement. One of those arrested, Denise Ho.
China is preventing our democracy at all costs. The one country, two systems is nearing its death.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Democratic-led House subcommittee has spent over a year investigating the previous administration's handling of the coronavirus pandemic, recently issuing a report. Meanwhile, earlier this week, the United States logged more than 440,000 new coronavirus cases in a day. Republican Congressman from North Carolina, Greg Murphy, who is also vice chair of the GOP Doctors Caucus and a physician, tells Fox and Friends First his reaction to the report and weighs in with his thoughts on the current administration.
Good Lord, we would not have a vaccine that had saved hundreds of millions of lives right now if the Trump administration had not put forth warp speed. So to do this is it's just typical for this administration. They create a crisis, or they say they can fix a crisis and they can't, and then what they do is they just blame Trump.
According to the House Subcommittee's report, the previous administration made deliberate efforts to undermine the nation's pandemic response for political reasons. The average American owes more than $1,200 after the holiday season. Annie Spillman with the Federation of the Independent Business says if you're staring down a big credit card bill, there's plenty of jobs available. A study from LendingTree found more than a third of consumers spent more than they could afford. 60% of that holiday spending went on credit cards. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 here on a New Year's Eve. Welcome in. What do you say? You ready to close out 2021? Do you make any New Year's resolutions? Yeah, and if you do, how long do you keep them? Some will try to quit smoking. Some say, I'm going to quit drinking. Some say, I'm going to go to the gym. I always hear from people that do regularly go to the gym, that they hate going to the gym like in January of any given year, because everybody joins the gym. It's their New Year's resolution. I'm going to do more exercise. I'm going to get fit. He said typically by February, the crowd's back down to where it was before the new year. Most of them just don't really stick it out, but that's neither here nor there. I hope whatever your New Year's resolution may be, that you'll be successful. Hey, for our friends in the Northeast, get ready for your reality check. Weather whiplash after the ball drops New Year's Eve. It's going to be a mild ball drop. Could see a few showers later on this evening in New York City. You're probably going to be in the 50s about ball drop time. But it won't be too long thereafter. Old man winter begins to rear his ugly head. Yes, similar to a vast majority to the eastern two-thirds of the country. Weird. So you've seen very much above normal temperatures. So as we said, New York City, Boston, both will be very comfortable this evening. You might see a passing sprinkle, but any heavy rain from the storm approaching from the west should hold off till well after midnight. Again, midnight temperatures about 50 degrees in New York City, 44 in Boston. Similar temperatures elsewhere across the region. Steady soaking rain, though, is forecast to spread over the central Appalachians through much of the Northeast Saturday and Saturday night. The same storm that's going to bury areas of the southern Rockies to the central Great Lakes with heavy snow will be responsible for the rainy weather further to the east. If you're hitting the road on New Year's Day, you may encounter travel delays with pockets of heavy rain, patchy fog, areas from Pittsburgh to Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston. In portions of northern and western New York, up into New England, enough of a chill may linger prior and during the storm for a period of snow or maybe an icy mix to create some slippery conditions Saturday night into early Sunday. Then a much broader area may be at risk for icy spots to develop as the storm begins its departure and that cold air comes rushing in behind. We'll be talking about a sudden freeze-up in some areas. Temperatures may plunge 15 to 25 degrees from Sunday into Monday across the east. Some areas will see a nearly 30-degree dip in temperatures. Temperatures Sunday in D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia may approach levels they haven't seen since January 2nd, since 1876. When record temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s were set. Now that's Sunday. By early Monday, the mercury's going to plummet into the lower 30s in all three of those cities. You're going to go from maybe short sleeves, no jacket, to bringing out the heavy winter coat. The greatest risk for a rapid freeze-up is going to be from portions of the upper Ohio Valley through the central and southern Appalachians Sunday into Sunday night. So those are going to be outdoors. Be cautious. You may encounter, again, what appears to be a wet patch. It may be ice. Now, forecasters are actively monitoring the potential for a trailing storm to develop and move through the Carolinas and the lower mid-Atlantic Sunday and Sunday night. Now, they're saying if this storm develops, there's a chance that the cold air will catch up to the precip and produce some snow in the mid-Atlantic. As of this past afternoon, they said a lot of details still need to be ironed out in the atmosphere for this scenario to unfold. But one thing is certain, it's going to get cold. Winter jackets, hats, and gloves that likely haven't been used for much this winter are definitely going to get some use in the coming days, they tell us. So there you go. Ready for the weather whiplash. What do you say, Horse Feathers? You ready for that?
Sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, that's no big deal. I think we've only had one or two cold days that I've actually had my winter coat zipped up, let alone on. So most time I'm still out here, short sleeve shirt most time when I'm working.
Hey, we might see some increased
right
demand for propane in the coming days, right? Heating, they're going to be firing up the furnace.
Yeah, people can afford it. I mean, if they see the price before they do, they might stay a little on the chilly side. They might not try to burn all that gas like they had been in the previous years, because you're only getting about half the amount of gas you normally get for the price, or even a third of the gas for what the price is you're paying now compared to previous years. So, what I was going to tell you is for just even for Spaceman, in case Spaceman is listening, it's 49 degrees in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Of course, the rest of the people there, we all call it Ephrata, but for all the special people out there, we'll call it Ephrata there, just to in case Spaceman's listening.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, anyways, there, I see the verdict came out on that whole deal. Not the verdict, but the governor's communion of the whole deal. And no need to go any further than that, because I guess it is what it is. Because we can't do a petition the other way, can we? Can we make a petition to go the other way now?
No.
Oh. Did we get 5 million people to sign that? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, whatever. It's over. Probably over and done. It's kind of like the election there. What was it, 2020? Is that 2019? When was that election there?
Yeah, right.
Figure was stolen. Yeah, whatever. What else we got going for you here tonight? We got to have something more than that. What did I send you? Oh, we talked about that senator out there in Arizona there that was supposed to be working with Joe Manchin to try to hold up that Build Back Better deal there. What was her name there? I can't remember. Woman there. She was elected in 19 there. I sent you an email there. It showed her her salary, what her salary was, and it showed her financials.
Kirsten Sinema, from Arizona.
Sinema, that's it. Yeah, yep. So anyways, it showed her net worth or value, and when she was elected senator in 2019, her bank account was negative $32,000. And I would assume that's mostly from like student loans and stuff like that. But her net value was negative $32,000. She was in the hole. At this point in time, she has a net value of over $1 million. And as I say, she was elected in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they get? Like $175,000 a year?
Yeah, something like that.
So in 2 years, getting $350,000 salary, she went from negative 32 to over $1 million. How does that work? What kind of new math are we doing to come up with those numbers, Your Honor? How do you pull that off? A little insider trading, maybe?
I would presume she's been getting some good advice from maybe like people like Nancy Pelosi on who to invest, where to invest.
Yeah. What deals are going to be coming down that we're going to vote for? That who to invest in for companies because they're going to get the contract. Not supposed to do that, are they? As the leaders of our country? I don't know. Maybe there should be a congressional investigation into stuff like. Oh, wait a minute. They wouldn't investigate themselves, now, would they?
No, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, so you got the big Bearcat game coming up there tomorrow, huh? Is that on national TV that you get to see it like on regular TV, or you got to have it on special channels like your Views or?
Sam, this is a big game. This is probably going to be on like ABC or Fox. I'm not sure who's got it. I'm sure it'll be on regular television.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll check into that. And I hadn't realized there. I heard about Bobby Unser, but I hadn't heard about Al Unser Sr. passing. I guess that was the beginning of this month. Wheelchair Dave said, I think he said the 9th. And I hadn't realized that till Heatwave said something the other day. But there a few years ago when we did our big coast to coast tour there, from one end of I-70 to the other, and out to almost the West Coast and back. I don't know. It's been 4 or 5 years ago now. We actually came back through Albuquerque there, and driving through Albuquerque, we actually saw the Al Unser Racing Museum. And so, of course, driving by it, I had to find a spot to turn around, and we went back, and I walked through there and got in, got a ticket and that, and the lady sold me a ticket and said, would you like somebody to help show you around? You interested in having somebody help show you around? And I said, well, yeah, I guess if somebody's got time. It's the middle of the day. It was like, I don't know, 11, 12 o'clock, 11 in the morning, 12 o'clock, something like that. She says, yeah, Mr. Unser over there, he's probably not doing anything for a few minutes. He'd probably take you on a little tour. And there was Al Unser Sr. right there in his museum. And he's like, hey, come on over here. I'll take you around, show you around. And just like any other normal type person, just wanted to show off what he had.
Mm-hmm.
And, is just the type of guy you could go and end up at a restaurant, a little corner restaurant or whatever, and sit down at a coffee counter and have a cup of coffee and just chat with, just a down to earth, common person, no big thing like he was a big superstar or hero or anything. It's just a nice guy to have a conversation with, and so what a treat that was, to meet him in that, in that setting and that, and really, that's kind of the way I've always wanted to meet, people of celebrity status, and I'm making air quotes there, but, to see somebody out on the street, like if you're, or if they're sitting at a restaurant or something, you say you walk into a restaurant and Billy Joel and his wife are sitting there. I'm not one that would just go up and say, hey, how you doing or anything like that. I just kind of put it in the memory bank that I saw him, but because he's there just trying to do his thing and enjoy his thing, and you don't need to be pestered by people.
Right.
But I know when you go out there, you make a big thing when you go into restaurants and say, hey, Steve Sommers from Overnight Drive Radio, I'm in here. Everybody come over. I'll sign autographs there. I know you do that when you're out there.
Yeah, right.
Where is it the princess likes to go there? What's her favorite restaurant?
Roosters.
The Roosters, yeah. So I know Roosters there. They get on the PA and all that and announce when you come in, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just teasing there. So, but I don't know. Making some nonsense for the last show of the year. How about it? Where did this year go?
Yep. That's hard to believe.
Sure.
Yep.
And I'm not sure. Do I dare say Happy New Year? I mean, can next year get better than this year? I mean, we were hoping this year was going to be better than last year. Do you think there's any possibility that things are going to get better? Or
please tell me there's no way.
Virus,
there's no way it could be worse, is there?
Well, if this virus stuff hangs on and more states get on board with this mail-in ballots, we're going to mail everybody a ballot. You don't have to go vote in the voting booth. And just another way to, I don't know. It's just scary that this could end up coming this way for the midterms. I know Lindsey Graham.
I'm going to be optimistic. Hey, I've got one final question for you. Did you feel the big boom this past day at your home 20, that big coal silo collapse?
No. Where'd that happen at?
Baltimore.
No, didn't know anything about it. No, I didn't see the local news tonight. I saw a bit of the national news, but I didn't see the local news. But no, I didn't hear anything about that.
Big shockwave rattled buildings in Baltimore.
Okay, well, we're about 35 miles north of Baltimore, so it would have had to do a lot of shaking to get all the way up to us. But I did want to say one last thing in all seriousness. I'm going to get out, and this weekend is my goal here. The last weekend, well, the first weekend of the year now, but I'm going to get some thank you notes out for my Make-A-Wish, because I've been getting a few donations, and got one right there yesterday on the 30th. And I talked to Charlie. You remember Charlie from Lancaster, right?
Absolutely, yes.
In there.
Yeah.
So he's still out there, but he doesn't have a headset to listen to. And so if he says if he tries to listen to you, he's got to hold the phone up to his ear the whole time. And of course, that's kind of interfering with driving, trying to hold the phone up to your ear. So but he did want to say hi and Happy New Year and that. But anyways, the company that he works for, I guess, isn't going to be able to participate in the Make-A-Wish this year. And I have to get a hold of them, but they said they wanted to give me a donation just to, be part of the Make-A-Wish yet. So since they aren't going to be able to be involved with it much more than that. So I greatly appreciate that to Charlie and the company there that he works for. So that'll be nice. But to everybody else there that's donated so far, I greatly appreciate it. The kids at Make-A-Wish appreciate it, and but we're still out here working at it. So if anybody has my donation page around and wants to pass it around or forward it or put it up anywhere, you're all more than welcome to do it. And I and the Make-A-Wish kids, we greatly appreciate it. And we're shooting to be more than 21 or lower than 21, I guess is the way you'd say it.
Yep.
See if we can get lower than 21.
Further
maybe
up
get into
the ladder.
Top 20 or even the 15.
There you go.
Absolutely. So anyways, thanks a lot, and we'll do it all again next year. And
all right, have a Happy New Year. Good weekend. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the deal out of Baltimore was an explosion. Left dozens worried about their apartment buildings as they were shaken. Yeah, initial reports of a blast just before midday Thursday. Baltimore firefighters quickly confirmed that there was an explosion after a 5-story coal silo suffered an apparent collapse. They added that a shock wave could be felt across the city and asked residents to stay away from the area. Hazmat special rescue units and fire boots were also on the scene. Crews were searching for victims and were said to be trying to prevent any further destruction. Fire department spokesperson told local news outlets there were no injuries reported and no contractors were actually inside the building when the explosion took place. A local reporter said that it was a CSX train reportedly was moving through a tunnel when coal exploded. Several worried residents rushing to social media, saying what they thought they heard. Just felt a massive explosion that shook my building. I called 911. They said they have multiple reports. Another said, did we just have an earthquake or an explosion? What happened? Someone who claimed to be listening to a police scanner said that there was a big explosion / collapse at a CSX facility. So that's what it turned out to be, but scary moments for some this past day. Let's check in with Eagle this morning. How we doing? Happy New Year's, Eagle. All right, where's my air horn? Where's the big siren to wake him up? Oh, Eagle, he'll wake up. Hey, I'm going to get to always moving. I'm looking at the clock, though. We're about a minute from our news break, so if you can't hang in there, we'll get back to your calls as we roll into, a Friday morning. We're here on New Year's Eve. And, of course, don't forget maybe your New Year's resolution can be to begin treating your car or your truck with the best in the business, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret Products, with a full line of products you can find on the website. Of course, the number one selling additive is Stiction Eliminator, which, by the way, is available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers all around the country. Make your engine run better with a money-back guarantee. Grab your bottle today, Hot Shot Secret. And, of course, if you'll recall, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That'll get you 10% off your order, no matter what you order. And, of course, that 10% is on top of 10% that you receive automatically if you are a first responder, veteran, or active duty military, or a CDL holder. You can get 20% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Thousands of residents in 2 suburban Denver communities have been told to leave due to wind-driven wildfires. Buildings and vehicles were torched in Superior, which has been evacuated, as well as another nearby town. KCNC TV's Jim Betterman.
The city of Louisville, the entire city of Louisville, has been evacuated under an evacuation order. The people in that city, emergency officials saying, leave now. This is a life-threatening situation.
At least 6 injuries have been reported due to the wildfires. President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin during a phone call. The White House says tensions at the Ukrainian border and Ukraine's potential admission to NATO were some of the primary talking points. Biden warned of possible sanctions if Russia moved against Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, I wasn't smart enough to come up with it, but somebody else posted here a minute ago, and I said, that's pretty good. Not trying to brag or anything, but just so you know, I've got enough money to not have to work for the rest of the year. I gotta love it. Happy New Year's Eve. That's about the truth. Hello, always moving. How we doing?
I like that last joke. That was good. I've never heard that one before. That was very good. Very good. Well, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. First and foremost, I would like to thank Chris Kabrelchuk again for offering you the opportunity and to be with us at night and to keep us all awake. I don't know that he understands the impact of what that has on everybody's life, but two things I will share is, you know, when years ago with hauling the horses to the shows, and that's when I came across your dad on the radio, and I realized real quickly, just listening to music can put you to sleep driving, but having someone talking to you and being a part of conversations and thinking about the conversations does keep me awake. At least for me, it does. And since I've been, with you the last few years, and especially this past year, my schedule's all over the place. And thank you to Chris for bringing you back so that when I'm driving home and moving down the highway and I'm just so tired, so exhausted, I can listen to your voice and I can hear the others talking. And thank you to everyone else who helps to keep me awake so that I'm driving and being safe. So thank you for that. And also, I am reminded of a thing from Johnny Carson, that millions of women went to bed every night with Johnny Carson. And for me, I go to bed at night with you and a lot of other truckers at night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they come in all sorts of, male, female. So I don't know if we need to add a new letter to the LGBTQR cell phone listener, trucker listener, or what. But, there's that. And so thank you very much for being here for this past year. And thank you to Chris for sponsoring you. And I really appreciate it and enjoy hearing everybody. And Wheelchair Dave, you're most welcome. It was a beautiful voice. As for the Omicron or the COVID that's happening, yeah, it's just everywhere. And also, not only are the tests just, readily available everywhere you can get them at the library, you can get them wherever, but this was also the time of year when people like to be off. And so the slightest little sniffle, the availability of the tests, the fact that they're free, the thought of having time off between Christmas and New Year's, because invariably if you come up positive, you're off work for 5 to 7 days. Yeah, I think the numbers were surging a lot through that. But yes, there are a lot of people that have it. And today I did switch to wearing my N95 mask just for the heck of it. I'm now home for 3 days to enjoy, away from everybody.
Right.
But it's just a matter of time till we all get it. It just is going to depend on how bad are you going to have it. But the word on my unit is they are hoping that this is the variant because it is less severe and it is spreading so rapidly that we very quickly reach the herd immunity that they had been hoping to get all along. That this is going to be the thing that does it. So wouldn't that be nice? So that, there might be some positives to that. And then the 110 years to 10 years, yeah, I don't agree with that. I would be livid if I was one of the people that my loved one was only worth a year. That would be very hard. And I know that he's eligible for parole after 5 years. Doesn't mean he's going to get it.
Right.
But even then, you're talking 2 to 3 years per person, and there were a lot of negatives that he did in that thing, and I just don't buy that. But it is what it is. And other than that, I don't want to review 2021. Live through it. A lot of unhappy memories, a lot of good memories. But I'm looking forward to no special plans other than go Bearcats.
Yeah.
Go Bengals. And that's exciting on both of those fronts. And I'm just so proud of the Bearcats and Luke Fickell and all of them for making it this far, for being recognized, for the phenomenal program Luke Fickell has put together down there at UC. So proud to be, close to it and take pride in it. And I will be cheering for them. And of course, I will be cheering for my Ohio State Buckeyes at the Rose Bowl. And I will be cheering for the Bengals all along. I hope I'm just so pleased with it. This year has gone so much better for them. Yay for what they are doing. And gosh darn, I guess just wish everybody a very happy New Year. I know it's New Year's Eve. And have a wonderful, wonderful celebration at home. Everybody be safe, be healthy, and we will catch you next year. That's about all I got.
Good to hear from you, and Happy New Year to you. And yeah, Bearcats have 2 games yet to win, right? 2. Go Bearcats.
Yes, very much so. And I will be cheering and cheering and cheering for them. So they have my total support. And you know what? If nothing else, I think they will do fine against Alabama. I'm just so proud of them for making it that far. I mean, that's a huge turnaround. You know, they were doing well, but that was huge what Luke Fickell has done in that amount of time, and to assemble his players and the hearts that they have, that they're playing so well. So, and to Desmond Ritter, he seems like such a good kid, and to all the others, go Bearcats. And I know they have a whole lot of support for them, for nothing else. They have a whole lot of support. So have a wonderful weekend. Happy New Year's. Everyone be safe, and hope everybody makes it so we all wake up and catch everyone together on Sunday night, Monday morning. So Happy New Year.
And when we come back Sunday night, Monday morning, if you're on the Facebook or the YouTube watching rather than just listening via the iPhone or Android app, we'll no longer have Santa Claus. The Nutcrackers will be gone. Say farewell to the beautiful wreath surrounding the on the air sign. It's gonna feel kind of empty in here, and all over the country. You take down those decorations, take down the tree, you take down the lights, and then you kind of look around the room. It's like, man, everything seems barren. What are we gonna do? Happy New Year, Heat Wave.
Happy New Year, Senor. Of course, then again, I'll be, Gilligan, GMA Enterprises. I'll be needing that bus at the, what's it called, at the CGV or CGK airport there, about 8 o'clock. So I'll have my money. So I'll be around somewhere around there, making sure that we celebrate the upcoming year, and UC being in the football game with Alabama. That ought to be interesting. So, just get ready, because the heat wave is coming.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I just got on here a few minutes ago, and I heard Horse Feathers talking about the youngsters. Yeah, we lost Bobby and Big Bobby and then Big Al here recently. And so we still have Al Unser Jr. and Al Unser III. He is involved, I believe, still with Gallus Chevrolet, Gallus Racing. And Al III, hell of a nice young man. I met him while I was delivering parts to the dealership there in Albuquerque, the Gallus Chevrolet. And we had a nice little chat. So he does those long distance runs where he's like in the pickups going over the Baja and stuff like that. He might have changed his suit a little bit to where he's doing more closer run races, but hell of a nice guy. He's a pretty good car salesman too, huh? So if one doesn't do too well for him, maybe the other one will. I do have a little bit of a history with the Unsers myself besides that. My ex-wife and her husband at the time were the sponsors for Little Al when he started racing in the kart series. And, of course, he was 16, and the drivers had to have a safety meeting and vote to whether or not they were going to let Little Al run the race. And if anyone voted no, then they would excuse Little Al from the room, and they would have a vote to see whoever voted no if they were going to be allowed to race. So either way, Little Al was going to get in. And little interesting note, my ex-wife's father and stepfather were the pit chiefs for the youngsters, Bobby Sr. and Al Sr. And on another note, when my ex-wife was single, going to the races, she would babysit little Al Unser and Butch Patrick.
Wow.
And everybody knows who Butch Patrick is, don't we? Little Eddie Munster from the Munsters.
How about that?
So, yeah. So when I went to Mission Viejo to see my in-laws for the first and last time, they had a room up in the upstairs of their 2-story house that was more or less a shrine to all the racing successes that family had. Ribbons, placards, trophies, certificates. Hell, they even had 3 of the toolboxes that they had used with the tools for the years that Al Jr., or not Al Jr., but Al Sr. had won the Indianapolis 500. There we go. So it was an interesting tour of racing history just at that house alone. So yeah, it's been a sad year. A lot of people passed away, and just I think we are now getting to the age in our age group that we kind of felt our parents felt with the way that they had seen that their people that they grew up with in the movies and sports and whatnot are passing. And when they talk about passing the torch, man, I tell you what, you can get burned passing that torch down from one generation to the next, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Other than that, it's kind of moist out here in Oregon, southern part of Oregon. It dropped down to 36. Got a little bit of snow on the side. Every now and then you'll have a mist on the windshield. We're heading down to Tracy, so we're glad they're keeping us, especially us, out of the snow. As as much as he loves to play in the snow, I really don't care to
right?
play in the snow and putting on chains. Yeah, that's too much physical exercise. And you get dirty. I don't want to get dirty. I'm a prissy old union boy that I like to stay clean as long as I can,
I hear you.
Anyway. So yeah, Eagle, buddy, wake up. Let's hear what you have to say. It's always interesting. So I tell you what, Steve, I'm going to let you go. Senors and senoras, Happy New Year to every one of y'all. May it be safe, and may we be a hell of a lot better than what we were last year. God bless.
Thank you much, Heatwave. Have a great weekend. Yes, sir. Hey, I shared this past morning. A weather-related item out of Alaska. And it said, it's crazy that you've got, obviously a very large state. But on one hand, you've got the likes of the Weather Channel just going ballistic and crazy about climate change, global warming, because we saw record high temperatures recorded in Alaska, warmer than it's ever been in the month of December. But I started with the photograph from the Denali National Park headquarters Cooperative Observer Weather Station, where the equipment there is literally buried. They've received 74.5 inches of snow in the month of December, making this the snowiest December on record. The previous record was 66.4 inches in December of 1984, so they shattered that record by just shy of 10 inches. Now, that's the Denali National Park headquarters. Yeah, next, I shared a link from Axios, which says, and this is going on at the exact same time, a weather station mounted on a tide gauge on the picturesque island of Kodiak, Alaska, recorded an air temperature of 67 degrees, which, if verified, would become the state's record high for the month of December. Such astonishingly mild condition in America's Arctic state at the end of a month that largely had featured extreme cold across much of the region. The warm spell, which reached inland areas, turned snow into freezing rain, then made roads sheets of ice earlier this week. Why it matters. This freak temperature reading in a state known for its cold, snow, and winter darkness puts a capstone on a year filled with extreme weather events in the U.S. and around the world, many of which were made worse by global warming. Yeah, the temperature, let's see, at Unalaska Airport rose to 57 degrees at noontime Monday. That's higher than the 1991 to 2020 normal daily low temperature for any day of the year. All right, but the deep freeze is coming back. Here just a few weeks ago, yes, we were talking about while we were dealing with these unseasonably warm temperatures in the lower 48, it was unbelievably cold in Alaska. That's when I just kind of posted. You ever noticed when it gets unusually warm somewhere, at the same time it gets unusually cold somewhere else? It's been happening for centuries, people. 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers at night and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Horse feathers brought up the whole Christian sentiment. How do you go on that kind of a salary to becoming, worth more than $1 million in just a few short years? It's pretty difficult when you get into, Congress. You get to be a House member or senator. And we've been talking about that when it comes to Nancy Pelosi insider trading for quite some time. We've discussed that. Well, just this past day, from the New York Post, Congress is on recess, right? It's the holidays. But Nancy Pelosi's been very busy playing the market. Yes, the Democrat Majority Leader and her husband, Paul Pelosi, recently bought millions of dollars worth of call options for stocks including Google, Salesforce, Roblox, and Disney. According to the financial disclosures published Thursday, the purchases occurred from December 17th to December 21st. You know, Merry Christmas. Just days after Nancy insisted in a press conference that members of Congress, we should be allowed to trade individual stocks despite being privy to insider information that can move the markets. She told reporters at the time, quote, "We're a free market economy. Members of Congress should be able to participate in that." The Pelosi family's trades this month include Google and Salesforce call options worth between $500,000 and $1 million each. Roblox call options valued between $100,000 and $250,000. The duo also bought up between $250,000 and $500,000 in calls for the chip maker Micron Technology, and between $100,000 and $250,000 of Disney call options. In disclosures reported by CongressTrading.com. Now, of course, Paul Pelosi runs the Financial Leasing Services, a real estate and venture capital investment and consulting firm. In recent years, he's made big money bets on companies that his wife is supposed to regulate. You know, the likes of Amazon, Apple, Google. December's calls, which are set to expire in late 2022 and early 2023, show that the Pelosi's believe tech stocks are going to continue their current bull run in the new year. They're trying to ride the momentum. The Pelosi's live in San Francisco. They're around a lot of hype, so I'd see they're caught up in the euphoria. Some D.C. insiders have speculated that Pelosi is slow-walking bipartisan legislation that would hurt big tech firms. Critics on both the left and the right have argued that members of Congress should be banned from trading individual stocks and instead only be allowed to invest in broader funds. I mean, yes, she's got the inside information, stocks that she has a distinct role, and companies that they put together the regulations for. That is nothing shy of illegal insider trading. Just ask what's her name that went to jail all those years ago. Hey there, Pappy, what's going on?
What's up, Steve? Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year's Eve, yes. Final show of the year. Can you believe that?
Man, this year has flew by. That was a finger to me, Steve. I'll tell you what, man, if your forecast is right about tomorrow, holy moly, you know, the way 2022 might come in. Weather's not looking good.
Like a lion. Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to be on the northern fringe of some of that severe weather. I don't know. We got to keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't get too ugly. But it sounds like there are areas of the country that are going to be devastated.
Yeah. Steve, I want to, before I hang up, if we got to get to a break, bring me back if you have to. I'll try to get through this real quick. But before I hang up, I want to give the big cookie out for the year, if I can, with your approval.
Absolutely.
But Steve, I got a comment on one of your posts today, man. Listen.
I know which one it is. So you think he's all full of crap, right?
You do.
You think he's full of crap.
Steve, listen. Responsible journalism is gone. Sean Hannity said it 3 or 4 years ago. Journalism is dead. Steve, the media intentionally create false narratives, misinformation, disinformation, you know, that leads people to believe things that aren't true. Steve, I can't say this in strong enough terms. Do not trust anything these people say. Anything. Again, the United States liberal media, they're big tech tyrants, along with the Hollywood elites, the sports giants, Democratic politicians, the liberal donors, all the largest source of misinformation on the planet, and in my view, the biggest threat to our country.
So on his final comments as he's exiting the door, this is my final broadcast. I mean, it wasn't just me. He did try to make it sound like the media's done some horrible things. Like he wasn't a part of it, though.
A little too late, Steve, for me.
Yeah, right. That's what I said.
He gets the double barrel finger. Sorry. I always liked him through the years. I thought, he's an excellent broadcaster, maybe. I don't know if I want to say journalist now.
Yeah.
But for him to go over to MSNBC is where he was. Steve, if you look at the way the media handled the Rittenhouse case compared to the what's the name of the city with the car running through the parade? Waukesha, Wisconsin. Yeah. Waukesha. Yes. There was silence, Steve, on that one. Silence from the media. It didn't fit their narrative. When the suspect was arrested and it didn't fit their narrative that, we are all racist, there was silence, Steve. But on the Rittenhouse case, see, where were the fact checkers, Steve, on the Rittenhouse case? Rittenhouse had a short-barreled rifle. False. Judge threw it out. Rittenhouse crossed state lines with a rifle, supposedly in violation. False. It was in a safe already over in Kenosha at a friend's house. Rittenhouse had no connections to Kenosha. False. His father lived there. Steve, they were actually reporting that he shot some black men at first on this. They went on to say the judge was a Republican racist, Steve.
Right.
Whoa.
Because he had God bless the USA on his ringtone. Yes, God bless the USA. He's a racist.
Steve, he's a Democrat. He ran for the Wisconsin Senate as a Democrat. He was appointed by a Democrat. Man, I don't know, Steve. Hopefully, I think it's going to come in like a lion, just like these storms tomorrow night. But hopefully it'll go out like a lamb after the midterms in November here. Hopefully we can turn this country around. That's one thing about Americans, man. We stand strong, dude. We don't never give up. We can't let these people win. They're taking our free speech, taking our liberty away from our own bodies. Said it before, man. You lose the ability to decide what you're going to put in your body and what you're going to be forced to do. You lose everything else is gone, Steve. They can take everything. If they can take your body, man, they can take anything.
Yep.
Your house, your home, your money, your retirement. But let's try to stay focused here and go into this new year with more of a positive. Man, I wasn't too positive what I was just saying. But hey, man, we'll get through it. Is all I can say. And hey, here, the big cookie, Steve. I thought about this before I even called in tonight, before the show even started. And I'm glad she called in, Steve. I think the big cookie goes to Always Moving for the year. What a pleasant woman, strong woman. She's just a delight to hear her call, Steve, when she calls in and the way she articulates everything. I think everybody that listens would agree with me. So she gets the big cookie from me for a year, Steve. And great show. Congratulations, man. You got the big one coming up here in a week or so, right?
It is, yes, the 11th. Yep. Yep.
Yes, sir. So, all right. Happy New Year, my man.
Thank you, Pappy. Have a great
prayers
weekend. Yep. Yeah, be safe out there. All right, super. A little bit late, but hey, news update. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's no holiday season magic for travelers dealing with today's batch of flight delays and cancellations. FlightAware saying there have already been more than 4,000 flights that haven't taken off on time. Those planning to leave or go to Seattle are having the most problems. About 30% of flights originating from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport have been canceled. As cities across the country prepare to ring in the new year, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu reminds everyone people in her city need to keep one thing in mind.
As we come together to celebrate community, our joy, and a fresh start in 2022, we must also recognize the moment that we still very much are in. We are in a winter surge driven by the Omicron variant, and we need to take action to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities at large.
USA Radio News.
Trust. Maybe a small word, but with huge ramifications. At Fellowship Home Loans, we want to be the mortgage lender that you trust.
Fellowship realizes that trust is earned and can easily be lost. That is why we listen not only to the wants, but also strive to understand the need.
Take a look at our Google reviews and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But that's just the beginning. What matters is you.
Give us a chance to earn your trust, not just your business. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We will listen and put together a plan to help make your dreams come true. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
President Biden's phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin is now over. The White House saying the call began at 3:30 Eastern and ended 50 minutes later. So far, officials from neither country have said what the two leaders talked about on the call. They were expected to discuss a tense situation at the border with Ukraine. A vocal pro-democracy website in Hong Kong is now offline.
Hong Kong police announced Thursday they formally charged 2 people with conspiracy to publish seditious publications, a day after a raid on Stan News offices that had been denounced by Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Hong Kong police said in a statement after the raid that the officers had a warrant authorizing them to search and seize relevant journalistic materials. Journalism is not sedition, Blinken said in an emailed statement. One of those arrested, Denise Ho.
China is preventing our democracy at all costs. The one country, two systems is nearing its death.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Democratic-led House subcommittee has spent over a year investigating the previous administration's handling of the coronavirus pandemic, recently issuing a report. Meanwhile, earlier this week, the United States logged more than 440,000 new coronavirus cases in a day. Republican Congressman from North Carolina, Greg Murphy, who is also vice chair of the GOP Doctors Caucus and a physician, tells Fox and Friends First his reaction to the report and weighs in with his thoughts on the current administration.
Good Lord, we would not have a vaccine that had saved hundreds of millions of lives right now if the Trump administration had not put forth warp speed. So to do this is it's just typical for this administration. They create a crisis, or they say they can fix a crisis and they can't, and then what they do is they just blame Trump.
According to the House Subcommittee's report, the previous administration made deliberate efforts to undermine the nation's pandemic response for political reasons. The average American owes more than $1,200 after the holiday season. Annie Spillman with the Federation of the Independent Business says if you're staring down a big credit card bill, there's plenty of jobs available. A study from LendingTree found more than a third of consumers spent more than they could afford. 60% of that holiday spending went on credit cards. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Other industry headlines here. Oregon. Yet to see the video, there is one DOT worker there that literally, I would say 1 second. 1 second is the difference in the fact that he's alive versus probably not being alive. The dash cam as he's going down the highway. Yeah, icy, snowy conditions, big pine trees, and this massive pine tree begins coming down. And he gets, and literally 1 second would have been the difference in his probably of being crushed versus the fact that some of the branches that he caught did bust out the windshield, and he was able to safely pull off to the side of the road. He had no idea how massive this, he said, I didn't see it falling. I didn't see it start to fall. I had no idea what was happening until my windshield shattered. So my first thought was get to the side of the road and sort of look at the damage. He then started to clear away the debris, but other motorists who saw the event from behind were way ahead of me. He said by the time I jumped out, they had a bunch of the southbound side cleaned up on their own. They were dragging branches to the shoulder. I threw out some traffic cones, and they coned off the fast lane themselves. But as I was working on the northbound side, they moved over and kept traffic flowing. I mean, thank you for all the help. And there were several loggers that were passing through as well that got caught up in the traffic from the big tree, and they jumped out. They had chainsaws handy and actually got the road cleared post-haste, but he got a little bit of a Christmas gift there from the big man upstairs. I mean, had he been 1 second further behind on his travels. Then we had the truck driver who chose to stay with his rig for 2 whole days while he waited for a tow. After getting stuck in the ditch, the snowy conditions in North Dakota this week, he lost control, went in the ditch Sunday morning, and didn't get towed out until Tuesday afternoon. According to News Dakota, the truck driver and his rig were stuck on Highway 32 near the 65-mile marker. Now, multiple Barnes County officers say they made contact with the truck driver on Sunday, which they did not name, but the driver chose to stay with his cab until the tow truck could arrive. The driver then contacted the county dispatch Monday to say he was almost out of fuel. So a small tow truck was sent out there to fuel him up. During that encounter, the tow driver offered to help the driver find a place to stay, but he chose once again to stay with his truck. The truck driver then contacted dispatch again on Tuesday morning to check in. Once again chose to stay with his truck. A large tow truck was finally able to arrive later in the day Tuesday to get him out of the ditch. But officers say communicating with the truck driver was quite difficult due to the language barrier. In other words, he could not communicate with law enforcement. But they said police had been in contact with the truck driver's dispatchers, who assured police that they had been in contact with the trucker and he was doing fine. The language barrier, yep. Now, what happens when he's involved in an accident and, maybe has some hazmat in that trailer, can't communicate to law enforcement what he's hauling? And there's a reason those rules are in the FMCSA book. You must be able to communicate with law enforcement. Hey, let's see. Is this Dingbat?
It sure is.
Hey there.
What's going on?
Well, Happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year's Eve.
And Happy New Year.
Of course. Granddad told me to call in. He was trying to call in, but he got to the yard right before he probably picked up or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But he was wondering, did you get that story that he sent you?
Yes, about the Tesla. I did, actually. We talked about that here a few days ago. The guy he ended up spending like $100,000 because he was pissed off about having to spend $22,000 for a new battery.
Crazy. But also, we were talking about New Year's resolutions. Well, I got one in place, and I told everybody, because as you know, I am a smoker. I'm about to quit the first of the year.
Oh boy!
And I told the gas station attendants that if I asked for a pack of cigarettes, you're supposed to tell me no. So that's my big New Year's resolution.
Okay.
But so far, it's going to be a hard task, but I can do it.
Anyone who's been a smoker knows it is very, very, very difficult. Yes.
Yeah. But also the weather, like right now, I'm pushing at 55 degrees right now. And last night I hit 72 degrees in Patchy Falls.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of fog out there. It's all around the country, eastern half of the country, foggy conditions. I got an email from Scooter, matter of fact, a few minutes ago, says really foggy this morning, south of Bowling Green, Ohio, through Findlay out there. So, be careful, slow it down, right?
All right. I'm also around 4 o'clock my time. It's about going to be storming too, so I got to be careful on top of that.
Well, when you talk to Brain Dead again, tell him I said Happy New Year and thanks for all he does with his Dumbass of the Week nominees and all that fun stuff.
I sure will.
All right, talk to you next year, Dingbat. All right, Santa Claus sends me, I guess he's out there on I-80, which is closed again. Said, I sent you the highway patrol report on a separate email. Let me see here. Is that this one? Now, this is just the road conditions. But, yeah. Let's see. I-80 closed to westbound traffic from the Nevada state line to 3 miles west of the Nevada state line. Oh, okay, that is traffic collision. Use an alternate route. And they sent me some of the photos. That was the first collision. Then just a matter of minutes ago, he sends me another photograph. He says, here we go. A second big rig accident happened 22 minutes ago. So 2 separate incidents, and he's got the photos right there along I-80. I mean, the road doesn't look all that, horrible, but and in both of these cases, at big rigs, this second accident that had just happened, Yeah, this rig is crossing both lanes and even the emergency lane. So, I mean, there ain't no getting through. He's from the Jersey wall on one side with the cab of the truck in the ditch on the other side. And what a mess. So both of those look like pretty serious accidents. He said, come on, guys, it's barely snowing out here. Everybody must be in a damn hurry to get somewhere. Yeah, probably trying to get home for New Year's, right? All right, thanks for the heads up there, and we'll be back in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, 25 past the hour. Thank you very much. Welcome back. And let me see here. Well, who else checking in? Hello to Barry this morning. Good to have you on board. Pat says time to go back to work. And Happy New Year from the Monkey Wrench this morning. Then there's a Marianne here that says, Happy New Year, on our way to Swanee, Georgia. A shout out to all. All right, Happy New Year to you. You'll be spending the New Year's weekend there in Swanee. Meanwhile, back to the calls we go here, and let's check in with Gilligan. There you go. What's happening?
Oh, not much, and I will use a line from one of my favorite New Year's movie, Trading Places. Merry New Year, everybody! What do you think?
That'll work.
You remember that movie?
I thought that was a hilarious movie. Dan Aykroyd and what was that? Eddie Murphy, wasn't it?
Eddie Murphy. Yes, absolutely crazy. But as of right now, about a half hour ago when I left off my drop point, I-81 is still closed at the 288-mile mark. And it looks like it's probably going to be, like I said earlier, it's going to be some time before they ever get that cleaned up. I have a feeling later today, that whole area is going to be an absolute mess, carnage. Everything's spewing out. I did notice an update on Facebook. There is four people in critical condition.
Wow. Oh, boy.
So, yeah, this is, and like I said, my friend that actually witnessed it said it was pretty rough. So anybody heading south on 81, you're going to have to jump off at the June 91 mile marker. That's in Virginia there, Tom's Brook. Go down to 11 to get back on the Woodstock 283 mile marker. Where you turn there is very well marked, and I'm sure there'll be a string of traffic on down 11. Even doesn't have a light.
Just follow the leader.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I want to touch on this wreck out in Colorado. I agree with the Jolly Green that, yes, the guy shouldn't have got the 110 years, but I definitely think that he should have got a lot more than 10, especially when he's eligible for parole in only 5. That just amazes me how it would go one extreme to the other. And like it's been said, I don't believe it was intentional, but there was definite negligence in this. There's no doubt about that. There was definite negligence. And but on a lighter note, heat wave, I received your reservation. We should have plenty of room on the bus. We will leave it in the morning. Just remember, everybody that's on the bus, leave my old German alone. I didn't get much left last time the heat wave got my old German. So, I've got 4 reservations so far. So we'll be leaving on our way to the party in the morning there, Steve.
All right.
Looking forward to seeing you.
Looking forward to it, yeah.
Thanks, Stephen. Like I said again, Merry New Year to everybody.
Thanks for checking in there. Thanks for the update. All right. And yeah, everybody be safe out there. Everybody's in a hurry. And yeah, really, things aren't even busy on the highways yet. That's yet to come, right? Probably later today. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Get to our bottom of the hour news break here in just a moment. And a little bit of an update. We did touch on this story last evening, and apparently the truck driver that was involved in this worked for the same company that Jolly Green worked for. But the man arrested after killing a police officer, holding a truck driver against their will, then going on a crime spree in Illinois on Wednesday. Preliminary reports indicate that Deputy Sean Riley was dispatched on a motorist assist on I-64. A short time later, another officer responding to reports of an officer-involved shooting, locating Deputy Riley deceased on the scene, with his squad car nowhere to be found. Well, the deceased deputy squad car was located near the scene a short time later, abandoned. But ABC reports that the suspect in the officer's shooting, 40-year-old Ray Tate, had then, apparently, Jolly Green said, actually, used the squad car to pull over the truck driver to carjack the semi, forcing the trucker to drive him to a nearby gas station in Missouri, where he then proceeded to commit another series of crimes. The driver of the tractor truck semi-trailer was held against his will and drove Tate to a gas station. While in Missouri, a series of carjackings, robberies, and shootings occurred. Tate then allegedly traveled back to Illinois in a stolen vehicle with a kidnapped victim, ending up at a home in rural Clinton County where he took the kidnapped victim and the homeowner hostage in that home. Yeah, the kidnapped victim, I believe that's when the truck driver got to the gas station. That's where the shooter, with the gun, got into someone else's vehicle, carjacked them, took them against their will. Have no idea if he knew the people at the residence where he ended up, where he took the homeowner hostage. Just before 2 in the afternoon, a SWAT team was able to enter the home. And ultimately, they took Tate into custody, amazingly without incident. I'm surprised he didn't in most cases like this. You've already killed a law enforcement officer. You've shot others, and it's unbelievable that they took him in without incident. But yeah, the homeowner and the kidnap victim were located in the residence uninjured. He is now in the Clinton County Jail, charged with first-degree murder. But that's the deal. Yep, and we'll get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Massive Colorado wildfires spread by powerful winds burned several hundred homes and forced evacuations of 2 Denver suburbs, Louisville and Superior. Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
Those who don't know, this area of Boulder County is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in.
So far, more than 34,000 people have been evacuated. The CDC is reporting nearly 500,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day. It's the highest daily total of any country during the pandemic. Also, at least 15 states are reporting their highest single-day totals ever. Hospitals are now reporting a staggering surge in COVID patients, both adults and children, and most of them are unvaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, we just shared the story about the Wayne County officer in Illinois. Someone just sent me the link. Let's see here, who sent me that? John sends me a link where apparently Illinois lost another officer, I guess, Wednesday afternoon. Looking at the story here, a longtime Bradley, Illinois officer dead and another in serious critical condition after responding to a call late Wednesday at the Comfort Inn on Illinois 50. The Kankakee County coroner said Sergeant Marlene Ritmaniak, 49 years old, was shot and killed. The other officer's name not being released, but they said at 4 a.m., a police procession transported the fallen officer's body from Riverside Medical Center to the Kankakee County morgue. A short time later, village officials lowered the flag at Bradley Village Hall to half staff. This is a very sad, tragic day for the Bradley Village family. Second officer again listed in critical condition and was transferred to a Chicago area hospital. They said going back to about 9:40 Wednesday evening, the two officers arrived at the hotel on a report of dogs barking in an unattended vehicle in the parking lot. They located the vehicle and the hotel room where the possible owner was staying. While initiating a conversation, the officers were attacked by the occupants of the room. Both officers shot. Following the shooting, a SWAT team arrived on scene. Officers cleared the hotel room by room. About 4 a.m., the county sheriff's department took to Facebook to seek the public's help in finding 25-year-old Darius Sullivan. An arrest warrant has been issued for Sullivan. Police are looking for another person of interest, believed to be involved as well. Police say if you encounter Sullivan, do not attempt to confront him. He's believed to be armed and dangerous. They say police, you can call the state police hotline and you can remain anonymous through Crime Stoppers. There's a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Sullivan. Yes, Sullivan was actually featured on the sheriff's department's warrant Wednesday back in June. He was wanted on a warrant for residential burglary, theft, deception, and knowingly damaging property. He was also featured in May of 2018, wanted on warrants for burglary, theft, and criminal damage to government property. But they do say this is the first time Kankakee County has seen an officer shot in the line of duty since 1996. All right. Wow. Just, here it is, the holidays. And there's another family who are going to very sadly not be ringing in the new year. They'll be mourning into the new year. Prayers for the families. All right. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. This time last year, I was fiddling through the radio trying to find something to listen to. That stuff from that out of Cincinnati was just putting me to sleep. I was going back and trying to fiddle into the spaceship channel. Well, about all they were, they weren't talking about spaceships anymore. They talking about mediums, people talking to the dead and all like that. That's witchcraft is what that is. So that didn't go good, so I didn't have nothing to listen to. And if it wasn't for the fact you was on Facebook saying it's something coming around, there comes the door.
At least it doesn't rattle.
No more. Yeah, you know what? Horse Feather said, it says he didn't know how to wish a happy new year. With all, yeah, and I agree with him. But I think Horse Feathers was one that I remember. He called one time after that show, and he let them know that they lost a listener. And I'm pretty sure he'd agree with me that thank God that Hot Shot Secret did what they did to put you back on air. We appreciate it greatly. And I just I want to go along with him on that. This year I'm grieving over the fact that my son isn't home. They had to take him into the hospital and cut where his burns were, where he was electrocuted, and having to cut skin off his body that's dying, and they've got to work on his hands. He still has, but we still have him. Thank God for that.
Yeah, right.
My niece goes to Pittsburgh to the hospital for a procedure, and next thing you know, within less than 24 hours, they're calling the family to come up because she didn't have much time, and the kids never made it. Yeah, I wasn't able to take my wife because of her health, and this niece was almost raised by my wife, so it, I've had to sit there and listen to my wife cry in her bed between our son and that. Also, in our home, or in the family, a seat was empty at the table, at the Christmas table this year, and he was going to help a neighbor. He's on a John Deere tractor, and a guy in a shopping truck comes around a bend and hits him in the back of the tractor, throws him off the John Deere onto the ground, and the tractor come around and the implement chewed him up. He was unrecognizable. So, yeah, it's been probably the roughest year for us too. We know who else has had it really rough. But I tell you what, we got to go on and treasure the ones we still have, and just pray for next year. Just pray that people are waking up in our politics. It doesn't put us into bondage, and that's like I love how Pappy says, if you lose control of what you can put in your body. I mean, that was the best argument I've heard all year. I mean, you lose control of that, you've lost your freedom completely. And if you don't mind, I'm going to be using that anytime we get into a little discussion over that. But other than that, thank God we have, hey, listen, as long as there's conservative stations, and as long as Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive is on the air and the government hasn't shut them down, we know we're still in the fight. We know we've still got a taste of freedom, and got to keep at it. And above all, we got to vote. I mean, they can apparently they can cheat on the presidential election, but if we keep this the local elections and get conservatives in there, people that'll fight. Because it's been the people the conservatives that have been being a torment to them. Marjorie Taylor Greene, even Ted Cruz, guys, people that, are there, and that's how we fight. That's our vote. And it's, I hate to hear a person say my vote don't matter. My goodness, look how much money and how much corruption they're doing to steal that very vote away from us. So I hope this year people get out and vote to a point where they can, they can cheat all they want, but the votes are too outstanding against them. Other than that, for you, God keep His hand on you and your family on this COVID thing, and your daughter, and just I want to thank God for this opportunity to say, and I mean it, for this coming year, Happy New Year, and we'll be a copy in the mail, Tim Ford.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy, and have a great New Year's weekend, and we'll return Ian 2 here on a Friday morning. Yep, New Year's weekend is upon us. It's New Year's Eve. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, as you well know, this is the final day of 2021. I don't know how many still do, but if you still have an ELD device that operates on the 3G network, your time is almost up. The sun is setting on the 3G cell phone network, which means some electronic logging devices soon may no longer be working. Mobile carriers are ending their 3G networks in 2022. The FMCSA has been warning that the end of the network is scheduled to be phased out with some carriers as early as February. Once the 3G network is not any longer supported, ELDs that rely on that network will not be able to meet the minimum operational requirements. Now, these are the scheduled dates for ending that 3G service. AT&T is first on the list at February the 22nd. Shortly after Sprint, T-Mobile on March the 31st. Let's see. Then it says T-Mobile, July 1 of 2022. Verizon, oddly enough, pretty much continues to support their 3G to the end of the year. 1 year from today. Verizon ends December 31. Those, they point out, are projected dates. Yeah, planners, mobile carriers are planning to retire some parts of their networks even sooner. And they also noted that the sunset dates are subject to change. Carriers like Boost or Cricket Mobile Straight Talk, they use the AT&T service. Some use Verizon and T-Mobile networks. Drivers who may be affected by this change first need to confirm whether the ELD operates on the 3G network. If it works on the 4G or 5G, you don't have to do anything. Of course, 5G is the newest generation of wireless network technology. If you operate on this 3G, you need to contact your ELD provider about plans for upgrading or replacing your electronic logging device. Hey, good morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I want to say, brother, let me tell you this. I respect you. You know, I've been calling your show for a long time, Steve, you know, all the way down through the Mike Brown situation, the George Floyd's, the Walter Scott, you know, everything that's the stolen elections that we got ripped off in 2020. You know, you've been there through all this stuff, man. When I call in, you always allow me to say what I have to say. I appreciate that, brother. And like I say, you the hardest working man on the radio. I mean, well, I keep saying radio, but internet or however you're doing it nowadays. You know, a lot of shows right now, Steve, these guys are having just playing music, or they're having a guest host on their show, and you still out here working, you know, just like me. You know, I'm out here driving this truck tonight. I'm parked right now, but, you know, you could be at home right now with your family, you know, the day before, you know, the week before the last week of the year, but you still out here doing your thing. And I appreciate that, man. Like I told you, I'm glad that Hot Shot put you back on the air, you know, so people can voice there, because you're the only man out there right now. I don't know if you know that or not, Steve. You're the only man out there that's really allowing people to speak and say what they have to say in the United States. I don't know of any other radio show or TV or whatever that allows people to come on and say what they got to say. And like I told you, I appreciate that, man. I've been calling in for a long time, and I'm going to continue to call in as long as you out here doing your thing, because, you know, there's a lot of things to talk about. And, you know, hopefully, Steve, 2022, we'll have some good things to talk about, man. You know, hopefully, you know, it's a long ways to November, but I got my fingers and toes crossed that we can, you know, win this deal in November. And like Pappy said, that's another guy. I wanted to say something about him right quick. You know, I appreciate Pappy, you know, mentioning my name on his call. That guy there, you know, I've been listening to him for a while, too, when he calls. He does a good job. You know he's a police officer and all that in Cincinnati where you at. So, you know, Pappy, you know, keep on representing the police, doing your deal, brother. But, you know, Steve, like I told you, man, you the only guy out there that's allowing people to do what they do and say what they got to say. And you do a good job. You know, taking over from where your dad took over, and just keep on doing the deal. But, you know something, Steve, let's get back to the coronavirus situation right quick before I hang up with you. You talk about some things that don't transpire in the last 24 hours since I talked to you last. Yeah, I don't know if you know it or not. Maybe you mentioned it. I don't know. But I had told you this last night. You said last night there's over 80 cruise ships that are under investigation for a coronavirus outbreak. And now, no sooner than I said that I didn't think that nobody should get on a cruise ship, the whoever is in charge of cruise ships made a decision. They saying that even if you've been vaccinated, I want people to listen to me very closely when I say that. Even if you have been vaccinated, They are telling people not to board a cruise ship. Did you hear that news, Steve?
Yeah, that was from the Centers for Disease Control yesterday. I've got that right here before me. You are correct.
Okay, so that's telling you right there. I can, for all these people who say that I'm telling people not to get vaccinated, I'm not telling you. They just gave themselves away again, Steve. They keep giving themselves away. Joe Biden keeps saying, get vaccinated, get vaccinated. Every time I see this guy, he's on the television or wherever telling people to get vaccinated. Now the CDC comes out with, even if you have been vaccinated, you have been told to not board a cruise ship. So that tells me that the vaccine doesn't work as far as I'm concerned. And I'm going to continue to say that because they saying the same thing in the NFL, Steve. They telling the NFL players, even if you have been vaccinated, you still can't play in a game if you test positive. So it just keeps going on and on and on. And with the deal, Steve, they're going to continue because it's backfiring in their face every time they tell people about the vaccination. And, I'm just going to keep saying the same saying that I said a couple of weeks ago, Steve, for those people out there who can continue to mention my name. If the vaccine was working, and I'm going to say this real, real slowly, so people that's out there listening to me even the dumbest person can understand what I'm saying. If the vaccine was working, I would be in line tomorrow morning when the doctor's office open and get my vaccine so I wouldn't catch the deadly coronavirus. So hopefully you understand it when I say it slowly for those people who seem to have a problem understanding that the vaccine does not work. Simple as that. So you can get as many injections as you want. You can get as many boosters as Joe Biden advises you to. And guess what? You're still going to turn up positive, and you're still not going to avoid the virus. So it's just simple as that, Steve. We'll hopefully Steve, like I said, hopefully in the year we can have more positive things to talk about in 2022. But unfortunately, with the current administration that we have in the White House, it doesn't look good at all until, like I say, I got my fingers and toes and anything else I can cross that we can make some things happen in November and get this thing overturned, because we're on a very bad road right now, Steve. I mean, we're on a very bad road in the United States of America. With the crime rate, you just mentioned another police officer got shot. And guess where it was at? In Illinois, another Democrat-run state. And you can continue. People don't even respect the police no more, Steve. They don't even respect them. They'll shoot a police officer. Well, that used to be a sign of respect when a man had a badge on his chest. People don't even respect the law enforcement no more in America. We basically had a wild, wild west. Just like I said, you can go back and listen to my call from last night, and I explained the whole situation about what's happening in America with this so-called woke nation, where you actually have to do something wrong before you go to jail instead of doing preventive action when somebody shows signs of being a troublemaker or somebody showing signs of wanting to do something bad. You get them off the street then. You don't wait until they kill somebody to get them off the street. And like my grandfather used to tell me before I hang up with you, Steve, if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. And like I told you, Steve, just stay on the air in 2022 and keep doing your thing, brother, because like I say, you got the best show going in the United States right now. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, good to hear from you. Have a great New Year's weekend. I know you're going to be out there. You said keep rolling the freight. Going to be making some money this weekend. That's the way he put it. All right. With that, we're up to news update. Top of the hour has arrived, so we'll be back as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Massive Colorado wildfires spread by powerful winds burned several hundred homes and forced evacuations of 2 Denver suburbs, Louisville and Superior. Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
Those who don't know, this area of Boulder County is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in.
So far, more than 34,000 people have been evacuated. The CDC is reporting nearly 500,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day. It's the highest daily total of any country during the pandemic. Also, At least 15 states are reporting their highest single-day totals ever. Hospitals are now reporting a staggering surge in COVID patients, both adults and children, and most of them are unvaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Trust. Maybe a small word, but with huge ramifications. At Fellowship Home Loans, we want to be the mortgage lender that you trust.
Fellowship realizes that trust is earned and can easily be lost. That is why we listen not only to the wants, but also strive to understand the need.
Take a look at our Google reviews and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But that's just the beginning. What matters is you.
Give us a chance to earn your trust, not just your business. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We will listen and put together a plan to help make your dreams come true. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
As most people are ringing in the new year, weather forecasters say a serious and severe weather outbreak could happen that might involve tornadoes. Showers are expected across Texas and much of the South. They say a cold front moving into the region and a strengthening area of low pressure along that front will cause thunderstorms. Warnings are out in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Tennessee. Heavy rain and possible flooding will also be a threat. President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin during a phone call. It's the second in the past month. The White House says tensions at the Ukrainian border and Ukraine's potential admission to NATO were some of the primary talking points. Putin, who asked for the call, said that Ukraine's entrance into the defense alliance would amount to a security threat to Russia. Biden has told Putin in the past that Russia would face harsh economic punishment if it moved military against Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
People are speaking out after 2 journalists in Hong Kong have been arrested. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
Hong Kong police announced Thursday they formally charged 2 people with conspiracy to publish seditious publications, a day after a raid on Stan News offices that had been denounced by Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Hong Kong police said in a statement after the raid that the officers had a warrant authorizing them to search and seize relevant journalistic materials. Journalism is not sedition, Blinken said in an emailed statement. One of those arrested, pro-democracy activist Denise Ho.
China is preventing our democracy at all costs. The one country, two systems is nearing its death.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
If you're looking to buy a home, new research says you should do it soon because prices are going up. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
A new report says the median home price sales rose over the last year to a new all-time high. Redfin reporting the price jumped by 14.6% to a record high of just over $360,000 during the 4-week period ending December 26th. The study comes as a number of homes for sale fell to a record low. New listings and pending sales also dropped to their lowest level since January. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You know, I kind of remember sitting right behind this microphone, sharing the information with people on the evening before the incredible tornado outbreak earlier in the month of December. And it's like Pappy said, I mean, this is looking very, frightening as the similar scenario is setting up in the atmosphere for the 1st of January. Here it is, New Year's Eve. Now that's tomorrow. Reed Timmer, long-time, well-known forecaster with AccuWeather, and a storm chaser. He's one of those that gets out there and chases the big tornadic cells. He'll probably be out there in the field this New Year's. Several hours ago, he's been sending out tweets advising. First, he said, yet another massive, strongly sheared and unstable warm sector is forecast for January 1. Tornado potential across several states is looking more and more increasingly likely. A warm Gulf of Mexico with a potent tandem trough ejection, to which he simply says, big problems. Stay tuned. Followed by a tweet that reads, a monster low-level jet, what they, I guess in meteorological terms, call an LLJ. A low-level jet will develop with 60-plus knot winds ripping just above the ground across over a dozen states on January 1, setting the stage for a likely tornado outbreak. From the lower Mississippi River Valley to the Ohio Valley, Indiana, Ohio. Hopefully this setup falls apart, but I don't see how it will, he says. Then he shows another depiction here. HRRR shows a squall line with major renegade supercell potential in a dangerous environment out in front on the afternoon of January 1. The tornado environment will advance east and a little northeast through the overnight hours. Unfortunately, some of the target areas is the same areas impacted by the December 10th tornado outbreak. Now, that second model he was depicting with, again, this is the forecast models with the monster low-level jet. It looks like this encompasses areas through southern Ohio, southern Indiana, pretty much all of Kentucky. The various color codings, looks like some of the, I'm not sure which the more destructive colors would be, but I'd have to double check on that. But again, Ohio through Kentucky, down into Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, eventually on over into the Carolinas once again. He tweeted that out a little after 9 o'clock this past evening. So, some people responding says, good news is it'll be during the daytime hours. Some of it will be. But it's going to continue even to the overnight hours, Saturday night into Sunday morning. Leanna says, oh my goodness, I live in Kentucky. Bowling Green. I'm getting kind of scared with this setup. All right. Yep. So just pay attention. Like you said, have those weather alert radios activated, have the smartphones charged up, and be aware of rapidly changing weather conditions as we roll into the new year. Hey, Happy New Year, Phil.
Happy New Year, buddy. How you doing?
Well, it's a Friday, and I wasn't supposed to be here, but you know how things change. Here I am.
Hey, there you go, man. You got to work just like me, bro. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. You're talking about the Gulf of Mexico, man. What do you think makes some big hurricanes down there, man? That warm water out of the Gulf of Mexico, that makes them hurricanes. So I know they said that we're supposed to get some stuff in the sun. Was it Sunday? We're going to have some stuff down in here from that on Sunday. So we'll see how it plays out. It's funny, you were talking earlier about that shooting in Bradley, Illinois. I was on the Volusia County Sheriff's site last night looking around, and they had mentioned about that officer being shot in Illinois. Steve, is there any indications about the second officer? Because I know in their article they said the second officer was in critical condition, or did the second officer pass away?
I saw the same thing. No, he was, I guess, transported to a Chicago, trauma center and in critical condition.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, Bradley's not too far. I mean, it's hop, skip, and a jump from Chicago. It's not very far. It's just on the other side of the Kankakee River. But, man, that's, like you said, that's sad. A family's going to have to deal with a loss before the new year. I mean, it's rough, and it's one of those things. I tell you, people are crazy out here, man. There's a lot of folks out here crazy, and, you know, they know about them, and they know they're on their list and stuff, but sometimes they just can't hunt hard enough to get them. Hopefully they can get this guy's caught, whoever, did this. But it's tough, man. It's tough. You're talking about the 3G earlier. It's kind of interesting because I have Straight Talk, and I've had it for years. And they sent me a notice the beginning of this month and said that I need to get me a new phone before February because my phone's going to be obsolete with that 3G thing. I bought my phone in 2016, and they said that I got to change my phone. My wife, her phone got changed out a month ago. They did the same thing to her, but she went to Boost, and Boost hasn't said anything, and Boost is still using a lot of those phones with a 3G. I'm really surprised they haven't told a lot of people about it. So, but her new phone is a 5G, and they're saying everybody to go to the 5G. You say the ELDs are having problems with that?
Well,
no. Got to convert it over.
If you've got a 3G and an ELD, because a lot of them are on the smartphone technology, right? The ELD, you download the device or whatever, the app and whatnot. If you've got the 3G device, it's not going to work anymore.
Oh, wow. Well, that's going to change the dynamics a little bit on some of them. I know when I was in the industry, we had those Qualcomms, and that's what we did. And I don't even know, do they still use a Qualcomm, Steve?
I don't know if Qualcomm's, I know they still exist. I think, honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, when I was with Averitt, we used all the Qualcomm stuff. We used satellites, and they had all the GPS and everything through that. But, yeah, that was what we had back then. It's funny, over the years that I drove, went from doing a log book, doing electronic logs right before I got out in 2010. And the technology's crazy. I mean, and then what the guys are going through now with these ELDs, I can't even imagine what it's like with that. I remember back in the day, we used to have what they call a Trip Master. Trip Master was a little thing that monitored the truck, and it monitored, your driving and everything. And then when you got back to the terminal, you plugged the truck into to a plug on the side of the building, and it downloaded everything into the hard drive of the computer at the mainframe. And then we went to what they call KDAC system. The KDAC system had a tape put in the truck, and you took the tape out and you take it inside, and they would inject it into they had a reader in there for their mainframe, and thing. And then we got into Qualcomm, and Qualcomm was it. And makes you wonder what, how everything's evolved over the years with this, trying to keep track of time, trying to keep track of everybody, how they're driving, trying to keep track of temperatures on loads. I know when I was with Averitt, they had reefer systems that some of the trucks had. They had a couple of reefers that were hooked into a deal where they could see what the temperature of a load was at any time, any day. I'm pretty sure they got that technology still out there. So it's just amazing how all that evolved. You were talking about the Webb telescope yesterday. You said something about a million miles out, Steve.
Yes.
Did you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason why it's a million miles out? Because they want to see further into space, and that's where they have to have it. The Hubble is nowhere near that. So Hubble is still in what they call low Earth orbit, whereas a million miles out, you're going way up there. So that's why that telescope is out a million miles. But like you said yesterday, if it fails one operation, it's going to be a $10 billion loss. And if you look at the NASA budget for a year, it's about $30 billion. So that's a third of their budget in one hit. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be watching it really, really close and how things go with it. I know those arrays, when they're folding out, if they don't get them folded out right, that thing it's lost, because that's where it gets its power from.
Toast.
So, but yeah, it's toast. And our next launch down here, I think SpaceX, our next one is going to be the 13th. And they're still going to do some Starship testing. What I'm seeing, though, if you notice, the Chinese are doing a lot more of those Long March launches. They're doing a lot more. They just had one the other day. They're going to do a few more this month. So keep an eye out on that. And so are the Russians. They're launching a lot, too, this year. So that's all I got to say, bud. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and y'all have a good New Year and be safe.
We'll talk to you next year there, Philip. Have a great weekend there in Florida. Eagle brought up the cruise industry. Yes, the Centers for Disease Control said people should avoid cruise travel regardless of vaccination status, following a jump in onboard cases in a major blow to the industry that's been ravaged by the pandemic. Yesterday, the CDC raised their COVID-19 travel health notice level for cruise ships to level 4, the highest warning level. The CDC says even fully vaccinated travelers may be at risk for getting and spreading COVID variants. With several cruise ships already on the seas, the CDC said the passengers should get tested 3 to 5 days after the trip ends and self-monitor for symptoms for 14 days. The CDC has investigated or started an investigation into COVID cases on more than 85 ships already. They had eased their warnings for cruises by a notch from that highest level back in June. As the cases were easing, things seemed to be going the right direction, and that's all changed. Back to level 4. I can't see them talking about maybe trying to shut down the cruise industry like they did last year, but we're going to be living with this and dealing with this for the foreseeable future. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, see, Elon Musk, he needs to recall almost 500,000 cars. What's the deal? They want to recall 475,000 of the Model 3 and Model S electric vehicles here in the U.S. Musk's car brand recalling the cars to fix issues with their rear view cameras and their trunks. Now, what's funny is the trunk, by the way, the trunk on the Tesla, I think, is kind of like it's under what would be the hood because you don't have an engine. That's the empty space in the front of the vehicle. Now, I don't know, is it a trunk? According to the road safety regulator, the problems increase the risk of crashing. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said the issue with the Model 3 sedans is the rear view camera cable harness may be damaged by the opening and closing of the trunk lid, preventing the rear camera image from displaying. The recall Model S vehicles said to have a front hood latch problem that could lead to the trunk opening without warning. This may obstruct a driver's visibility, causing them to crash. Yeah, last I checked, if your front hood comes up and covers your windshield, you can't see much, can you? Tesla is not said to be aware of any crashes, injuries, or deaths at this point from these issues. But the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is investigating the company. Earlier this month, a taxi firm in Paris stopped using Tesla Model 3 cars after a crash killed one person and injured 20 others. Uh-oh, not the best news for Elon. What do you say, horse feathers?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, I thought of a couple other things there while we were out getting loaded and that and trying to remember. Do you think New York's going to charge Colorado for all this smoke that's going up in the air there? Because, you know, all that smoke in the west all travels east and probably going to be over New York there, 2-3 days?
I forgot to mention, I thought about that. Last night I'm sitting here talking about this mandate of not being able to heat your home with wood due to climate impacts. I mean, Colorado, I guess in the past day, has probably seen more wood burn in 24 hours than the entire residents of New York that use wood to heat their homes would use in 50 damn years.
Exactly. So, yeah, you know, the state of Maryland's already outlawed those outdoor boilers. You can't purchase or install one in the state of Maryland. They've already had them outlawed. So it's probably coming for it. At some point, you're not going to be able to have any heat generation in your house. You're not going to have any way to produce heat for your house. So I don't know what you're going to do in the wintertime. I guess get a sleeping bag and snuggle up with your honey more, right? But so anyways, did you hear in Delaware at the Rehoboth area, which I believe is where the Bidens have their beach house that we had that fence put up around? Did you hear that there was a sewage release, a private?
you sent me that.
A sewage release.
You said, was that from Biden's beach house, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was just wondering if that was involved with the Bidens. But yeah, it shut down. They can't get the soft shell fish out there, I guess, like the oysters and stuff. So if Doc Holliday's in Rehoboth, or somewhere there, Ocean City, Maryland, or something, tell them not to eat don't eat the raw oysters out there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they might be crappy oysters.
And, is there any other type of oyster?
Well,
I've never noticed any other type. But the other thing is, did you see New York City? Even though they're going to have their New Year's ball dropping, and they're dropping their balls for New Year. How does that work? Something like that, dropping their balls. Anyways, they're still doing that, but they're shutting down the subway system because of COVID. You can't ride the subway to go to the ball drop because there's going to be sections of subway shut down. I don't know. Can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. And what was the last thing? I had one more thing there I was going to touch on. I don't know. I guess it's not important for this year. Maybe we'll remember for next year. But to everybody out there, have a happy and safe New Year, and we'll be hard at it there. I guess we're doing it the rest of today, and we got load for tomorrow. Heck, we're going to be working all weekend. I'm not even going to get day off this week, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
So I hope Beth's feeling better, and hope the best of you guys there. Keep her. What do you got to keep her? 6 feet away. 6 feet away for 14. No, it's not 14. 10 days. No, wait a minute. It's not 10 days. It's 5.
I think
5
it's
days.
5. No, but
you got to wear.
Yeah, but we haven't been vaccinated, so I think since we haven't been vaccinated, it's 10 for us. So yeah, right.
All right. Well, just put some duct tape around her mouth and nose there. Don't let her breathe on you. Oh, wait a minute. That might not work for her so well.
Yep.
I tell you, all these things, it's just confusing. You can't keep up with it all. You can't make this stuff up. Anyway, but yeah, everybody have a happy and safe New Year there, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you on Monday there. So yeah, good to see you on the radio. Anyways, but yep. So all right, catch you later. Bicycle.
See you, horse feathers. There you go. Yeah, the Delaware Department of Natural Resources issued a temporary halt on commercial and recreational shellfish harvest. It's a 3-week pause because of a big sewage spill. Yuck. They said there was a plumbing contractor that hit a sewer line in a mobile home park, no less, causing thousands of gallons of sewage to spill into the bay. Is it the Rehoboth Bay? We will continue to test water quality in the growing area, which includes the bay, as part of our regular routine testing. In addition to the halt on shellfish harvesting, they're advising people you may want to stay out of the water, because there's a lot of bacteria. Bacteria levels will return to what they call background levels, generally faster than 21 days. But the federal guidelines have established that's the time to be protective of any and all pathogens related to wastewater spills. Yeah, the bay's kind of crappy right now. We'll get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin during a phone call. It's the second in the past month. The White House says tensions at the Ukrainian border and Ukraine's potential admission to NATO were some of the primary talking points. Putin, who asked for the call, said that Ukraine's entrance into the defense alliance would amount to a security threat to Russia. Biden has told Putin in the past that Russia would face harsh economic punishment if it moved military against Ukraine. The CDC has recorded nearly 2 million new COVID-19 cases in the past week. At least 15 states have now reported their highest single-day totals ever. Hospitals are saying they're seeing a staggering surge in COVID patients, both adults and children, and 99% of them are unvaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants, By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we are back on a Friday. Hey, it's New Year's Eve. Are you ready for the new year? Guess what? I'm trying to think here. For our friend Sylvester there in Australia, he's into the new year, isn't he? Should be New Year's evening, the first day of the year. Enjoying the new year there. Haven't seen him on our chat tonight, so. Hey, Happy New Year, Sylvester. If you're out there, you're probably not listening in. Hey, they're celebrating the new year. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Rick. Rick's on board. Good to have you with us there in Columbus tonight. Gary checking in. Norman's on board as well. Good to have you all with us. Let's go, Brandon. It is 844-844-3388. Somebody's celebrating a birthday today, and they want Steve to wish them a happy birthday. Well, who might it be?
Why, it's Jim. It's Jim's birthday. I'm going to bring a little joy to the show.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Jim.
So much crap out there. We got crap in the bay. We got cops getting shot. We got COVID. Hey, it's my birthday.
All right. Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I don't know, is that so you get to celebrate the New Year's Eve on your birthday this year?
Every year, yeah. It comes around. It's all around the world, my birthday celebration.
Every
year. It used to be big, but this year's going to be quiet, I guess. I was born in 40, so I'm 81. And the tax deduction back at 40, they told me was $50. 63, I had my first child. It was still $50.
Yeah.
So it was not much of a deduction back in the 60s for raising a child on $50.
I'll be darned.
We had a motorhome for 20 years. I got to be too old to crawl underneath the damn thing anymore and sold it here in the spring. But they used to put us in the trucking stops and communicate a little bit with the truckers. I did pick up along the way get a load of this, a right rear mud flap that I think goes on the tractor. I don't think the trailer is the same. I'm not sure, but it's got the heavy metal square rod. It's about a half-inch square that supports the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Got a reflector on an angle on the side of it and a white one across the top. And typical unit. I don't know if anybody's interested. I can leave a phone number with you guys if somebody needs one of them. I got one. They come by Cincinnati. I could bring it down and meet them at a Kroger location somewhere, maybe.
Okay.
The parking lot and hand it off. What do you think? It's just collecting dust in my garage.
Well, hey, I can take your number down, Jim, and see if somebody's interested. I don't.
Oh, you want to do that now, or you would do it on the side?
No, I'm gonna do it right here because I don't have to. You don't have to tell me a thing because I can see your number on the screen. How about that?
Hey, this electronic stuff is pretty good. That's right. Yeah,
there you go. All right, I got your number down here.
I'm going to tell you a quick trucking story. When I was 58 out of high school, my buddy's dad was so happy that he made it through a college prep high school. He bought him a Mercury Turnpike Cruiser convertible with a push-button transmission, and it was lavender. We took off to northern Michigan, eventually flew in out of Sudbury up there to a little lake, and had a cabin up there, and we survived the 5-day trip up there or something. But on the way up, we passed this cattle truck, and it's got those elongated slots in the sidewalls of the trailer. And it was a 4-lane deal, and we go around that truck, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and one of those cows in there cuts loose. Urine's going every damn where. He turns on the wipers, and that stuff, it was a sunny day. The stuff just acted like molasses on the windshield. You could hardly see out. That's my truck driving story. Okay, well,
happy birthday,
I appreciate
Jim.
the happy
All right,
birthday.
enjoy that. You can you celebrate your birthday right up till the ball drops, and then you can say Happy New Year. All right, thank you. I shared this past day. I didn't write it, obviously, but I said yes. I had to copy and paste this because it's definitely something it's worth thinking about. For a little bit of perspective at this moment in time, when we're talking how horrible things are. The world's gone to hell in a handbasket. Imagine you were born in the year 1900. When you're 14 years old, World War I starts and ends on your 18th birthday. But not before 22 million people were killed. Later in the year, a Spanish flu epidemic hits the planet and runs until you're 20 years old. 50 million people die from it in those 2 years. That's right, 50 million. When you're 29 years old, the Great Depression begins. Unemployment hits 25%. Global GDP drops 27%. That runs until you're 33 years old. The country nearly collapses along with the world economy. When you turn 39, World War II starts. You're not even over the hill yet. At the age of 41, the United States is fully pulled into World War II. Between your 39th and 45th birthday, 75 million people will perish in the war, and the Holocaust kills 6 million people. At the age of 52, the Korean War starts. 5 million perish. You reach the age of 64, the Vietnam War begins, which doesn't end for many years. 4 million people die in that conflict. As you approach your 62nd birthday, you have the Cuban Missile Crisis, a tipping point in the Cold War. Life on our planet as we know it could have ended. But great leaders prevented that from happening. As you turn 75, the Vietnam War finally ends. Think of everyone on the planet born in 1900. How did you survive all that? A kid in 1985 thinks their 85-year-old grandparent understood how hard school was. But those grandparents and now great-grandparents actually survived through everything we just discussed. Think about that, yeah. 1985, they think their 85-year-old grandparent, you just don't know how hard it is in school, Grandma. Now, they say perspective is an amazing art. Let's try to keep things in perspective. Let's be smart, help each other out, and we will get through this. In the history of the world, there's never been a storm that lasted forever. This too shall pass. Yeah, I found that rather interesting. Perspective. And it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, right back to your calls here on a Friday morning. Happy New Year's Eve. It is. Hey there, Rambler. Good morning.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve, and hello and praise God to everyone else out there. So glad to be on the air with you and glad to be off tomorrow for a 3-day weekend. I'm excited about it.
All right.
So, yeah, that's right. Look like for the weather report, going to be no bonfire at my house. It's going to be wet and rainy, so no bonfire. That's okay. It'll all be good. You were talking about putting that in perspective. You know, my little old grandmother, God bless her, you know, my grandparents played a major influence in my life. My grandmother lived to be 93. We lost her in 2014. You know, she used to get so mad about them jokes walking up the wall, walking to school barefoot, the hill, uphill both ways. And tears would come to her little eyes. And she'd say, you know, you kids, you people nowadays don't know what it's like to be poor, to grow up, how we had to grow up. She said, you know, there was 12 kids. She was one out of 12 kids, and they were so poor. They said, we didn't have shoes to wear in the wintertime, so I had to walk to school in the frosts because we live in Mobile, Alabama. You know, it's a miracle it snows down here.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, so, yeah, I never had to walk in the snow barefoot, but I've had to walk to school many times barefoot, frost on the ground, freezing my little old feet to death. And got me laughing a while ago. Well, I know. Oh, and happy birthday, Jim. Happy 81st, bud. You're 82nd now. And I'm glad Jim cleared that up about his first kid at 63, because at first I thought, oh man, this poor fellow was trying to catch up with old Mick Jagger and have one in his 70s. But I'm glad he clarified that was the year 1963. Yeah, that cow peeing story, that was pretty funny to have me up here laughing. So happy birthday, Jim. But you talk about the I know, right? You talk about the Tesla a while ago. Got me thinking about that old Wendy Bagwell skit. Remember? Y'all also ain't no radiator. Y'all also ain't no heater. Y'all also ain't no reverse. And I'm glad we won the war. Anyway, Old Testament.
He was good,
But
yes.
I just want to say, Wendy, do you know his furniture store is still there in Georgia, from what I'm told?
Wow.
And it's still there. That's just for what I'm told. That's what Dirty Diapers, when he was with us, told me that his furniture store was still there. And I don't know where exactly it's at in Georgia. Maybe some of the Georgia callers would be able to tell me. But they said it was still there. But just want to wish everyone a happy new year. I know the old cliche, Steve, snitches get stitches. But listen, if you're a truck driver, you know, we're sort of the last line of defense. And if you see someone weaving all over the road, come on, man. Drop a dime, save a life. You know, you see someone weaving and wobbling all over the road, please don't hesitate to call the popo and get these fools off the road. There's no reason in this modern day that no one should be drinking and driving. You know, I mean, my God, Steve, they sell White Castle in your supermarket. They even sell Skyline chili down here. So, you know, if you're going to get a snootful, as they say in Andy Griffith, or you're going to go mess with the devil's lettuce and try and get out there and drive, there's no sense in it. Just go when you go get your beer or go see your drug dealer, get your devil's lettuce. Stop by the store, pick you up some White Castles and some Skyline chili and all your favorite foods. Grab you some Ore-Ida hash browns so you can sit there and cook some hash browns like you're at Waffle House or scatter smothered covered when you get inebriated. There's no sense of being out here drinking and driving and killing folks. And so y'all just stay safe. Know that Brother Rambler loves you. And I got Little Rambler listening to me. So, hey, Little Rambler, I'll be home soon, son. And Steve, have a happy new year. I know your show anniversary's coming up, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm just so glad you're on the air. When I said the other day, I meant every last word of it, buddy. There's a lot of people, and they tell me, I'm dead serious, I kid you not, they tell me personally that your show is their primary source of news. They don't listen to no one else now. They listen to Steve Sommers. And,
wow.
You know, you should just, and I know, Steve, look, I know you're, you know, you don't let stuff like that go to your head. You know, you're not a prideful, boastful man. I can tell that by just talking to you. But sometimes an attaboy is given, and you definitely deserve one. And you and the princess, you'll have a happy New Year's. Remember, everyone, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, something you have to enact. Brother Rambler can love you. Excuse me, Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. Come on, tune in to us, Determined Ministries Church, this Sunday night for a New Year's message. Let's pray the internet works, that we can get a clear signal. Steve, I love you, my man. Happy New Year. Everybody, Brother Rambler loves you. Happy New Year. God bless you, man.
Happy New Year, Rambler. Thank you very much. And we'll talk to you next year. About 5 before the hour. I was looking at the... So indeed, the other night I was talking about we probably surpassed the 2 million mark as far as illegals that have waltzed into this country in 2021. Yeah, I was right about that, but I was short by a long shot because it's more like 2.4 million. Think about that. In the last 12 months, Border Patrol agents apprehended more than 1.9 million who had illegal crossed that southern border. Another estimated 500,000 managed to avoid apprehension. Those are the gotaways. 500,000 getaways. You know what? If they weren't apprehended, you've got 500,000 who've come into this country. You have no idea who they are, what their intentions are, good, bad, terrorist, what they might be. Unofficial numbers indicate the Border Patrol assigned to the 9 southwest border sectors apprehended approximately 1,929,000. U.S. Customs and Border Protection reports reveal that agents apprehended 1,773,000 plus in just the first 11 months of the year. A source operating under the umbrella of Customs and Border Protection says at the time, this would have been like on Tuesday, with 3 days to go, agents apprehended approximately 156,000 migrants in the month of December to date. That was 3 days ago. Now, in addition to the apprehensions, they disclosed that a minimum 428,000 gotaways. The known gotaway account is updated daily by the Border Patrol. The data's entered into a system of record easily accessible to agency leaders. The metric that is usually not released by Homeland Security, but the estimate is achieved by counting migrants who ultimately escape apprehension after being observed by either aircraft or camera systems. Agents also use traditional sign-cutting techniques to identify footprints. Now, they previously said the number of gotaways are likely probably much higher this year because of the constant flow of migrants being apprehended along the southern border, which has impeded their ability to actually patrol many, many miles of the border. They're not out there. The absence of routine patrols is driving the getaway or gotaway numbers way up there. You have no available agents to respond to the electronic sensors or the camera activations and the unmanned aerial surveillance sightings. They see them on the camera. They see them with the drone. But the next nearest agent may be miles away. They're long gone. So you combine the actual apprehensions and the gotaways together, 2.4 million illegally crossed the border between the ports of entry in 2021. And don't forget, hey, by the way, we still have a legal immigration system. Last numbers I'm familiar with is we allow 1 million to legally immigrate to this country on an annual basis. So at the very least, 3.4 million people have come into the United States in the year of 2021. And with that, we'll get our news update. Final hour is just ahead. We'll get back to your calls in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Massive Colorado wildfires spread by powerful winds burned several hundred homes and forced evacuations of 2 Denver suburbs, Louisville and Superior. Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
Those who don't know, this area of Boulder County is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in.
So far, more than 34,000 people have been evacuated. The CDC is reporting nearly 500,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day. It's the highest daily total of any country during the pandemic. Also, at least 15 states are reporting their highest single-day totals ever. Hospitals are now reporting a staggering surge in COVID patients, both adults and children, and most of them are unvaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Trust. Maybe a small word, but with huge ramifications. At Fellowship Home Loans, we want to be the mortgage lender that you trust.
Fellowship realizes that trust is earned and can easily be lost. That is why we listen not only to the wants, but also strive to understand the need.
Take a look at our Google reviews and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But that's just the beginning. What matters is you.
Give us a chance to earn your trust, not just your business. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We will listen and put together a plan to help make your dreams come true. Fellowship Home Loans. 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
As most people are ringing in the new year, weather forecasters say a serious and severe weather outbreak could happen that might involve tornadoes. Showers are expected across Texas and much of the South. They say a cold front moving into the region and a strengthening area of low pressure along that front will cause thunderstorms. Warnings are out in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Tennessee. Heavy rain and possible flooding will also be a threat. President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin during a phone call. It's the second in the past month. The White House says tensions at the Ukrainian border and Ukraine's potential admission to NATO were some of the primary talking points. Putin, who asked for the call, said that Ukraine's entrance into the defense alliance would amount to a security threat to Russia. Biden has told Putin in the past that Russia would face harsh economic punishment if it moved military against Ukraine. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
People are speaking out after 2 journalists in Hong Kong have been arrested. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
Hong Kong police announced Thursday they formally charged 2 people with conspiracy to publish seditious publications, a day after a raid on Stan News offices that had been denounced by Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Hong Kong police said in a statement after the raid that the officers had a warrant authorizing them to search and seize relevant journalistic materials. Journalism is not sedition, Blinken said in an emailed statement. One of those arrested, pro-democracy activist Denise Ho.
China is preventing our democracy at all costs. The one country, two systems is nearing its death.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
If you're looking to buy a home, new research says you should do it soon because prices are going up. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
A new report says the median home price sales rose over the last year to a new all-time high. Redfin reporting the price jumped by 14.6% to a record high of just over $360,000 during the 4-week period ending December 26th. The study comes as a number of homes for sale fell to a record low. New listings and pending sales also dropped to their lowest level since January. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour. Here we go as we roll into a Friday. It is New Year's Eve. It is 31st of December. About to close it all out. Wow. What a year it's been. Yeah, we will be approaching our 1-year anniversary of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. January the 11th. That was a Monday morning, of course, that marked our first show in the year 2021. You know, a morning when we had the hopes of a so much better year. The COVID pandemic was going to be winding down. The vaccines were available, and it's going to be so much better. Who would have ever thought we'd be here on New Year's Eve listening to headlines that we set a world record for the most number of cases yesterday or day before, whichever it was, because they run a day behind to calculate and correlate all the numbers, but nearly 500,000 cases. Oh boy. But back to your calls, and Devious is on the line. Hello, Devious.
What the heck is happening, Steve, man? Happy New Year to you and all the... Man, I'm so glad you're successful in this new endeavor. And has it been a year yet?
January the 11th. So we're like 10, 11 days away, yeah.
Hey, I do love your opening first hour, and I always I get in there and listen to it on YouTube. I usually start out in the morning at about maybe 1 or 2 o'clock on the way to work. So I kind of back it up a little bit and get all the details. And one thing I do miss is I used to love the old show, the NASCAR.
Yeah, the race reports, racing updates. Yeah, okay.
I always thought that was really, even though as fast as it came and went, it was a lot of information packed in there, and I thought they did a really good job. Maybe hoping that you might consider that at some point again.
Okay.
In your opening hour, yeah, man, it's really nice to hear you in there. And I just wanted to call in. I know I call in every once in a blue moon. And all you guys, I know the first hour I heard the guy talking about Interstate 81 and the crashes that actually a lot of crashes have happened in that area recently. And I started thinking to myself, and I'm a true advocate of a CB radio. I feel, and I'm not sure why people just don't want to put a CB radio in and just turn it down and communicate with your fellow truckers. I time and time again, a CB radio has saved my ass, basically, a lot of times. And I still think that it's a device that needs to be in a truck, and you should have it. You should be able to communicate to truckers. I think a lot of times you get truck drivers, and me and a couple other truckers were talking about it the other day. We get a conference call thing going. It's like the other truck drivers want to see you fail or something. It's like you coming up to someone with 4 ways on, and you turn your turn signal on to try to get over. Mm-hmm. They can clearly see up ahead also, but yet they'll try to get beside you and won't even let you over. You slow down, they slow down, and it's just like they play a game, and it's become almost insane to deal with. But if we could get back to having conversations on the radio, I mean, that's the only way we could ever communicate, you know? But I know that once in a blue moon, a group of us will be going down the road on CB radio, and it's a good time, and it feels good. I just think that I would say that for 2022, let's all try to get back to having a little bit of communication on the highway. If you can't, by law or by the company standards, if they don't want a CB radio in the truck or whatever, let's all get a CB radio. Let's all have friendly talk.
Yeah.
Again, let's communicate. I don't know how many years has gone by with these snowstorms, and if there was a CB radio, people were listening to the radio, they could have probably had a less, reaction time, or a better reaction time than just stab the brakes and then lose control when you're around a corner. So, yeah, that's kind of enough out of me. Be safe, everybody. Don't drink and drive, and God bless you, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is I think most drivers still have the CB radio in the truck. Most of them tend to leave it down or off. Just because you got, I don't know, it used to be a few bad apples because they spoiling the whole barrel, but I guess there's a whole lot of just characters out there that drivers don't want to hear the crap that's coming across the airwaves.
Well, it's not that much crap. It's not that much talk out there, I mean, some metropolitan areas has got a lot of nonsense. There's still the Channel 19 is sometimes a home-based channel, and they're yapping. It's nothing like it was just 15 years ago. I mean, I worked at night for the longest time, and it was kind of quiet most of the time anyway. And when I got back on the day shift, I was actually surprised how few people were on the radio. There's times that I can drive 300 or 400 miles, and I won't even hear the first peep out of anything on the radio. So, I don't know, man. I think that's an old right pitch session that really isn't, there's a whole lot of crap on the CB radio. I don't hear it. Of course, there's going to be controversy or somebody, but I'd rather hear that than not hear it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of silence going on. I've been on the road for about an hour now, and I haven't heard the first peep. So, I'm probably out of 150 drivers. I'm sure I'm the only one that has a CB radio in my truck. Now, you're not supposed to talk on it. You can have it in your truck, but we have a strict policy that they don't like, to be distracted. But
yeah, right, yeah.
I think.
I mean, the new CB radios. I mean, they've been around for years, but they've got the Bluetooth, the hands-free abilities, because they don't want you reaching up, grabbing that the microphone to talk and whatnot. But all right, well, Devious, thank you very much for the call, and a happy New Year to you. Hello to the Sex Maniac. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Steve? Anything new? I missed anything? I missed most of the show tonight. Had a buddy that called me. I ain't talked to him for a long time, and he just wanted to gab about everything. So.
Oh, well, that's...
I missed anything important tonight?
Oh, you miss a day, you miss a lot. That's all I know. I don't know. I don't think you missed too much crucial information, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that guy right there, he's got a good point. I understand what he's saying. I'm the same way. I run a radio. I squelch it out. If somebody's got a radio around me that could break my squelch, I'll hear them. But you don't have very many. I could turn my radio on, and I don't even know if it works half the time. It's so quiet out here, but these guys don't even let you know. If you come up on the traffic, slowing down or anything, it used to be, hey man, back it down there. We're slowing down up here, kind of slow down there. We're about ready to stop anymore. All they do is just jam on their brakes, and you got to jam on yours too, because you don't know what's going on. They don't communicate out here, but I know what that guy's talking about. I sit here thinking about the same thing tonight. Me and my buddy was talking about the same thing. It's kind of funny how he brung it up, but
well, it seems like this might be a good weekend for people to have those CBs on, especially with the big storm and all the snow. Yeah, I mean, those are the kind of things that if there is a big pileup occurring ahead and you've got that CB on, you may hear someone out there hollering, hey, and I-80 at the blah, blah, blah mile marker. Yeah, massive pileup. Stop, slow it down now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true right there. I mean, that's why I still run a radio. Well, I've run a radio ever since I've been trucking, but that's the difference anymore between, I guess, your old school truck drivers and your new breed we got out here. I don't know what you call them anymore, but I tell all my buddies, I said, you don't talk on it, but put one in your truck because you don't know when you're going to need it. And you might get out somewhere where these phones won't get out. I mean, we got dead spots on cell phones. CB radio comes in handy if you got one, but I don't know. I mean, some of these guys don't really think about anything like that. Well, I got a cell phone. I could talk to anybody I want. Well, it'd be all right if you could talk to that driver up in front of you that tells you we got a major backup in front of us, but you can't do that. Not like you can on the radio. But
yep.
Hey, I just wanted to call and wish you a happy new year and all our people on this famous radio station, happy new year. And I basically wish everybody in the whole wide world a happy new year. See how it turns out. But one more thing. What in the world is wrong with them people in New York?
Well, yeah, that's, they're taking, they're right in line. Used to be the land of fruits and nuts with California. I think there's a lot of them in New York now, too.
I don't understand. How in the world they expect you to heat your house if you don't have wood or
no gas,
a wood burning stove, gas, oil, boilers. What is wrong with them people up there? Is that all they got to do is think about something that they could take away or
something to make life more miserable for the people? Everything's fine and dandy. You're going to have electric heat, and the electric is going to be generated by wind and solar, and everything works fine until the power goes out and a million people freeze to death. That could happen. All right, because that's the world we live in. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I guess Hillary Clinton took to Twitter. Yeah, she's still out there. Hey, it sounds like the kitty may be running dry, apparently. I mean, she was tweeting, requesting a generous donation to the Clinton Foundation. Yeah. Within seconds, social media users had torn her solicitation into sarcasm-laden shreds. But Hillary tweets, if you're able to give, I hope you'll consider supporting the life-changing work of the Clinton Foundation. Yeah, she retweeted a social media message from her foundation that reads, thanks for being part of our community in 2021. Together, we worked to confront the climate crisis, improve public health, expand economic opportunity, inspire citizen engagement and service. Join us, and the Clinton family will triple your impact. Oh, triple your impact. Twitter users apparently had very little generosity left for the Clinton Foundation, which has for years now been operating under the ethical cloud that it served as an influence peddling organization shaking down foreign powers in a pay-to-play scam. One reader said, is this a joke? Another asked, cattle futures, not what they used to be. One asked, does Chelsea need a house or something? Yeah, another says, well, only if it goes to the families of those lost in Benghazi. Others echoed some of the Clintons' more controversial statements. Yeah, donate. Yeah, what difference at this point would it make, one says. Yeah, like donate, like with a cloth? One user simply tweeted, side-by-side photo contrasting a starving Haitian girl with Chelsea Clinton at her Tony wedding ceremony. Yeah, oh boy. The Clinton Foundation appears in dire need of funds as donations dried up following Hillary's loss to Donald Trump. According to the Daily Wire, the group's most recent financial report, contributions fell from $29.6 million in 2019 to $16.3 million in 2020, a 45% decline amid COVID and the lockdown-induced recession. When Hillary ran for president, the group raised $62.9 million. So an overall 74% decline in a 4-year period. The 2020 haul represents a 93% drop in overall donations from the high of $249 million back in 2009 when President Barack Obama named Hillary as the Secretary of State. Well, yeah, in that position, that's where she had the ability to pay to play, right? Money was pouring in when she was a senior official and a candidate for president. Yeah, the fact that foundation donors receive special access to the Secretary of State isn't surprising. Yeah. You know, John Durham, who was assigned to lead the investigation into Russian interference, has actually been seeking documents and interviews about federal law enforcement officials handled an investigation around the same time into allegations of political corruption at the Clinton Foundation. But they do say expenses have been outpacing donations for years. The Clinton Foundation operated at a net loss of more than $4.3 million last year. We're in the negative. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Would that be a first-time caller on the line here for New Year's Eve?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is Ron. I used to live up there in that Bradley area where that cop got shot.
Oh, yeah?
I was just getting ready to, he was getting ready to call you, and magically you happened to mention on the air. I was like, well, hell, that's kind of ironic. So, but if you get on the Kankakee County Sheriff's Facebook page, they've actually upped it to $25,000 for the reward.
Okay.
And there's images of the guy and what believes to be his girlfriend. So, you know, drivers out in the area might come across them or something to try to help out and put in the information on them. But, yeah, I came across you 15 years ago when I started driving, and you've kept me awake many a morning. So I figured I'd call and tell you, you know, a lot of drivers appreciate what you do out here. And it's kind of rare to have a radio station with this many different characters calling in. So, yeah, some of them you get along with, some you don't, but you know, kind of works out for you, keeps you awake. So.
Absolutely.
But,
well, yeah. Well, I've got your number here, so I can get you your first time caller code, Ron. I know if you've been listening, you know. Have you tried the Hot Shot secret products yet?
I haven't. I got a brother-in-law with a Duramax. I've been trying to talk him into trying it out. So it's probably get him some product in there and help him tune that thing up a little bit.
Get him some Stiction Eliminator and some Diesel Extreme. And when he notices how much better that thing's running, he'll say, "Why didn't I do this years ago?"
I've been trying to convince him into it. I think he's a little bit on the cheap side. I think it's part of his problem. But like I said, I was frustrated when I lost you off the radio. Didn't know what the heck happened, and then all of a sudden I found you on the internet again there. But I heard Chris talk about you maybe having another platform going on. Is there any update in that in the new year, or instead of just being on the app?
Well, I mean, Chris is going to be on with us next Thursday. I mean, I've spoke to Chad this week, and he didn't mention anything further developed right now. I mean, they're in talks with a bunch of different things. A lot of it comes down to there's some a very significant financial invest that has to take place to get some of this stuff done. So.
Right. Yeah, I just some nights the app's kind of hard to keep up, but I try to keep listening to you. Got to keep restarting it. But I appreciate you guys being on the air and all the information, listening to the drivers and whatnot. And then as far as those guys talking with the CB, I'd agree. Not enough people run them. There's so many accidents out here. But then again, you got CB Rambos, and I think everybody's tired of hearing that guys don't have no panties on. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The crude characters out there. Who wants some drugs? Who wants some girls? Who wants that? Right?
Exactly. It turns into a big all the time. But
yeah,
like I used to live up there, so I got family and friends. That was wanted. I live down in Columbus, Ohio now, and that actually happened right next to the hotels where we stay when we go back to visit for family. So kind of frustrating to see stuff like that happen, and senseless killing. And like I say, it was kind of ironic. But we're trying to call in for you and never called in no radio shows. And then the night I'm getting ready to call in, you mentioned what I was going to call in for. So kind of worked out. So
that's great to hear from you, Ron. Well, get this, if you don't want to use the code, use that code. You get your brother to use it and get him some Stick Shit Eliminator and Diesel Extreme for starters. And I bet he becomes a regular user of Hot Shot Secrets. And you follow up with us one of these days.
All right, sure thing. We'll do. Have a happy new year, and we'll talk to you later.
Happy New Year. Thank you very much. There you go. And it is time for a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Massive Colorado wildfires spread by powerful winds burned several hundred homes and forced evacuations of 2 Denver suburbs, Louisville and Superior. Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
Those who don't know, this area of Boulder County is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. It's like the neighborhood that you live in. It's like the neighborhood that any of us live in.
So far, more than 34,000 people have been evacuated. The CDC is reporting nearly 500,000 new COVID-19 cases in a single day. It's the highest daily total of any country during the pandemic. Also, at least 15 states are reporting their highest single-day totals ever. Hospitals are now reporting a staggering surge in COVID patients, both adults and children, and most of them are unvaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Thank you!
Thank you.
That's just a few of the Track Grabber owners saying thank you. Track Grabber is a unique and simple tool to add extreme traction to your car or truck when you need it. The Track Grabber patented Extreme Traction Kit includes a mounting strap and traction blocks tough enough to lift you out of almost anywhere. Track Grabber Extreme Traction has long been the secret of the U.S. Border Patrol, the Department of Justice, the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and many more. Now they're available to you. Be the hero this year. Give the gift of rescue. Skip the stuck. Don't have your loved ones waiting for help. Track Grabber installs as easily as a jumper cable. In minutes, you'll have the extreme traction to get on stable ground. All the details are at trackgrabber.com. That's TRACGRABBER.com. That's trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR for 20% off. Flies are limited. Trackgrabber.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for our New Year's weekend, not the best forecast for travelers out there. There will be some continuing to move the freight. We'll have a severe weather side, and of course, we'll have a big winter storm side to this enormous storm that will envelop several thousand miles across the country. From southwest to northeast, severe weather threatens parts of the south over the weekend. Tornadoes are likely in the offing, as well as damaging winds, large hail, and flooding rain. A large-scale jet stream disturbance and its associated cold front will move out of the Rockies toward the central and eastern states this weekend, igniting a new round of severe weather in the south, beginning Friday night or early Saturday. At the same time, beginning to generate a winter storm in parts of the plains and the Midwest. Timing-wise, this is the way they break it down. Rain and thunderstorms will increase later today into Friday night from parts of the south into the Ohio and mid-Mississippi valleys. There's the potential that severe thunderstorms could initially fire up late Friday into the overnight hours, especially from north-central Texas into much of Arkansas, western and middle Tennessee, southeast Missouri, northwest Mississippi, and southwestern Kentucky. Those storms could produce a few tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. There is still some uncertainty in the forecast. It could trend the potential severe weather upward or downward in intensity. One of those uncertainties is just how much the jet stream energy coming out of the Rockies will overlap with the unstable air in place in the south. But locally heavy rain could produce flash flooding in parts of the Mid-South. As we look toward New Year's Day, the severe weather threat might develop from the lower Mississippi and Tennessee valleys into the southern Appalachians. That may last into Saturday night in some of those areas. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted locations from northern Louisiana, southern and eastern Arkansas to Tennessee, Mississippi, southern Kentucky, Alabama, North Georgia, and the western Carolinas as the area with the highest chance of at least some severe thunderstorms Saturday and Saturday night. Damaging thunderstorm winds, hail, and tornadoes. Flash flooding could also occur in the south due to the multiple rounds of soaking rain occurring over several days. Much like today, there's still some uncertainty in the forecast, which could trend the intensity stronger or weaker compared to the current forecast. Now, some severe thunderstorms may continue in parts of the southeast even into Sunday. But overall, the threat should be decreasing, especially later in the day, Sunday. As we've already seen twice in the month of December, severe thunderstorms and even tornadoes can occur at any time of year when the ingredients line up. All right, heavy rain and the flooding threat. There's a broad area from the Ohio Valley into the deep south that could see up to 3 inches of rain through the New Year's weekend. Some locally heavier totals are possible for some. This could produce flash flooding. Be aware of this potential if you're going to be traveling over the next few days. Do not drive through floodwaters of any depth. That's always the message, but all right. Meanwhile, get back to your calls here on a New Year's Eve. One last time. Hallelujah.
Well, good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. This is the unofficial knucklebuster impersonator of the Overnight Drive.
We knew it was you.
The man who aspires, yes, the man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Yes, I do have a report on I-81, though. It is now open. The news story I seen was as of 3:54 a.m. It is open wide now. So southbound 81 at the 288 is open. Well, Steve, I was reading earlier tonight about a British bank named Santander accidentally pays out $175 million to customers. Somehow or another, the British bank said about 2,000 customers mistakenly received double payments on Christmas Day, with a total of $175 million being accidentally paid out. Now, wouldn't that be a nice Christmas present? What do you think? Now, well, we always joke about Doc, and he's going. Remember, he went fishing on the beach down there in Tampa Bay when that red tide was. You remember that?
Yes, I do. Yes, yeah.
Well, it sounds like he needs to go to Texarkana, Texas. On December 30th, officials in the Texas town said residents were just imagining it when it seemed to be raining fish during a thunderstorm. It indeed was raining fish during Wednesday's thunderstorm. Multiple residents took to social media to share photos of the fish that fell from the sky. Animal rain is a phenomenon that occurs when small water animals like frogs, crabs, small fish are swept in water spouts or drafts that occur on the surface of the earth. They are then rained down at the same time as the rain. The city's Facebook post said. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm here to wish everybody a Happy New Year and tell everybody to go out and buy you some Hot Shot Secret. Oh, it really works good in my pick-em-up truck. And while you're at it, go over there and contribute to St. Jude. They do some wonderful work. It's a great charity to contribute to. And while you're at it, go over there to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive webpage and order you some shirts and hats, stickers, mugs and such. Boy, I really like it when the ladies wear them Steve Sommers Overnight Drive shirts. They stick out there all bodaciously. Yeah, well, I'm here to tell you, Tennessee, no, this message is not for your enjoyment. I have my own knucklebuster impersonating Mama at home first for her, so please don't be offended. I'm just trying to give everybody their morning baloney Fortunately, the Knuckle Buster will be back next week. So I'm signing off, and thank you for taking my call, Mr. Steve.
Have a good weekend, Jackwagon. Hey, Pop, you get the dubious distinction of following that.
Oh, brother. I'm telling you what. Sounds like Knuckle Buster got his Johnson stuck in his zipper or something. But I just called in to wish you a happy new year and all that. And, is it illegal to send crap through the mail?
Well, I don't know that it's illegal or not, but you got to send a big package to Nancy Pelosi or what?
No, I donated $3 to the Clinton Foundation after wiping my butt, you know.
Oh.
Hell. How far north is that bad weather supposed to come? Because up here in Fort Wayne, they don't know how far the cold front's going to come down. We're either going to have ice or all snow or all rain. They just aren't sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the trajectory of the storm, right? I mean, earlier this week they were talking about a track that had most of Illinois and northern half of Indiana in the snow zone. I mean, the maps I'm looking at really are showing rain for most of Indiana and maybe an icy zone in the northernmost reaches of Indiana. And that icy zone, trekking back through central Illinois back into northern Missouri. Yeah, northern Illinois will see some of the accumulating snow. If that pans out to be correct, Fort Wayne on this map would be just rain, though.
Oh, that'd be a good deal. Well, that's the last thing we need, though. The rivers are way out. I can't even go south out of my place. All the roads going south other than the main highway, which is 4 miles away, is all flooded under. So, but what are you and Lisa doing tonight for fun? Going to get your Twister game out or something?
No, I'm going to be. I'm going to watch the Bearcats take on Roll the Tide later on today. Of course, I guess I'll tune in.
Yeah.
I have to follow up and see who wins, Michigan or Georgia. Then we typically just sit back and watch the coverage on TV for the ball to drop.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting some money on the Cincinnati there. The spread on that's pretty good, and it pays off good if the Cats win. I just called in to wish you a happy New Year.
See, and I don't. When it comes to the bookies and whatnot, like the line from Caesars is that Alabama's 13.5-point favorites to beat them. So if you take Cincinnati, and even if they lose, what if they lose by just 7? Do you win that bet?
I just bet straight up and down. I don't do the point spread.
Okay.
And there's all kinds of different ways you can bet on that. You can bet over and under, or total points of the game, who's the first one to score. There's so many different ways to bet on them. But I don't ever do the point spreads.
You just say win or lose, straight up win or lose. So you're taking Cincinnati for the win, maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight, but if they would win, it pays out pretty good.
Because of the odds, right? Yeah.
Right, yep. So, no, big buddy, I just called to wish you a happy New Year. I might run down to Troy, Ohio this evening. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. The big shindig. I hear you, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't heard. I assume Hillbilly Tex made it into town, I believe.
Yep. Me and him, we passed last night somewhere down there around Walton, Kentucky. I was talking to him on the phone, and he was he had his bow tie in the wind.
All right.
But hey, one other quick thing. You know that at the top of the hour, that lady keeps saying most of these cases are unvaccinated.
I'm catching that, yes.
My wife was reading the article, and they're saying in that article it's saying that there's no way that can be possible with 75 to 80% of the country vaccinated, at least once. So, I don't know.
I think we know that there are millions of vaccinated that are testing positive. I think what they're trying to say is the majority of those that are showing up in the hospital are unvaccinated, because the vaccinated aren't getting as sick as the unvaccinated. I believe that's what they're saying.
Yeah. Did you see that Dr. Robert Malone that we've talked about before on your show?
Yeah, Twitter's banned him permanently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Silence.
Because he was putting his own vaccine down because he said it was not made for kids and it definitely wasn't made for mass vaccination.
And he was the guy that created the technology. Yep.
Right. Yep. He said the therapeutics are actually better for you. It's actually better for you to get it and let the therapeutics work. But they don't want any part of that. But I don't want to get that deep into it. But if they take the politics and the money out of it, I bet COVID would disappear pretty quick.
I'd say there's a distinct possibility. Well, have a happy new year, pup. Yeah, I had not touched on that. It happened earlier this week. Dr. Malone. I mean, we're talking about the guy and one of the key architects of mRNA technology, the guy that created the technology to develop this vaccine. He said, quote, "We all knew it would eventually happen," with Twitter banning him permanently. He said, "The sudden move seems to suggest I must have been on the mark, so to speak. It also means we lost a critical component in our fight to stop these being mandated for children and to stop the corruption in our governments, as well as the medical industrial complex and the pharmaceutical industries." I mean, this guy has endorsed and encouraged the older at-risk Americans, but as far as the younger people and the healthier people, he's got his reservations about it, arguing that the risk of the vaccine for children far outweighs the benefits. I mean, children have an extremely low mortality rate to begin with. But Twitter carried a suspension notice in place on Malone's page Wednesday night, along with text stating the account has been suspended over violations of Twitter rules. Did not say what content triggered that action, but yeah. Cancel culture. Back in 2. We'll wrap things up this New Year's Eve. Right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude.
Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Happy New Year to Melanie out there. She had posted, talking about the number of people showing up in hospitals, vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. And she said, yeah, my husband and me both tested positive last week just in time to cancel Christmas. Yes, both fully vaccinated. We seem to have mild cases. He's back to work, and I'll be heading back to work on Monday. And that's kind of the narrative, that the unvaccinated are more likely to find themselves getting sicker and possibly in the emergency room, that sort of thing. So, hey, real quick, we got time to squeeze Coyote in here. Hello, Coyote.
Hey, afternoon, Steve.
Happy
New Year. I got a couple things. I wish I'd have called earlier. The New Jersey Turnpike, the tolls are going up tomorrow. For all the tolls on the Jersey Turnpike. And the Port of Wilmington, effective tomorrow, a $20 charge for every truck entering the port every time it enters.
Okay, and all right, they're going to generate some. They're going to generate some bucks there.
Oh yeah, because our company, we pull out quite a few loads out there, and there's other companies even pull more than what we do. I mean, we got trucks. Some trucks going there 10 times a day. That's $20 a pop every time they go in.
There you go. Yep.
So, but the Jersey Turnpike, the tolls are going up on that. And I forget what one of the toll guys told me about. They had the signs up tonight when I was on my way north. I just calling to wish everybody a happy New Year's. Hope we're safe. Hope your daughter's works out okay with this code there. I hope the rest of you don't get it.
Me too. Yep.
Yeah. I'm like you. I haven't got my shot. My wife was in a Walmart picking up my prescriptions one day, and a lady in front of her got the shot, had a reaction right away. So my wife said, that's it. Ain't no damn way she's getting it. So.
Interesting. Yeah.
That's where I'm at on that. Yeah, that's where I'm at on that. I take my chances. But, like I said, I want to wish everybody a happy New Year's, and headed down to pick up my load for Monday, and hopefully I'll be home tonight if things don't change.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. Hey, you're the final caller here for the year of 2021. How about that?
All right. Maybe I'll try to call more next year. Been a lot of years listening to this program. I go way back before Gorilla passed away.
Wow. Okay. That's going back in time. Well, you get that last caller, the big cookie for being the last caller, because we're up against the clock here. So a happy New Year to everyone. Be safe out there, right? And be cautious on the roadways. And obviously, as I mentioned, have your weather alert radios ready to warn you if you're going to be in travel in the south over the weekend. And be ready to maybe have to pull it off the road if you find yourself up there in some of those heavy snows. There's a zone in there where they're saying there could be 18 inches of snow. That's going to shut down travel for some. And with that, we'll see you back. We'll be back Sunday night, Monday morning. Have a wonderful weekend, and thanks for being a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.